¿Estás bien? Sí, me parece que vamos a estar mejor con ese. Pero una desesperación me olvidé. Cargar las dos computadoras, viste, tengo que sacar algo. Hola, buen día. Muy bien. Hola, buen día.
Bueno, vamos a empezar con el retraso latinoamericano habitual de 15 minutos, retraso argentino de 15 minutos habitual. Así que hoy tenemos un día, como les dije ayer, empezamos con introducciones,
We're going to start with an introduction. Yesterday we saw some things about infrastructure. Today we are going to have presentations that have to do with data protection. Rodrigo Garza is from the State Department of the US, and he's going to talk about Open Run, which is something promoted by the US and other countries, and it has to do with promoting 5G in order to create a little bit more, a more competitive environment and to decrease costs. And it is connected with the last panel of yesterday afternoon. I believe that the last one was especially interesting because everything that they said about programming chips and the value chain, that the opportunity that Latin America has there. Good morning, Rodrigo. Can you hear me? We can't hear you. Now we can. Welcome. Sorry for the delay. You know that in Latin America things are a little bit different. You live in the US, but you have Latin roots, so you understand that it's difficult to start on time. I know that I am going to give the first presentation of the day, so sometimes it's a little bit late. So let me tell you that we have 60 people in the audience here in the room, and from Latin America mainly, but we also have people from North America, Europe, Africa, Asia, and other countries. We have simultaneous translation. And yesterday, we had like a general introduction of all the topics, a special video from Doreen Bogdan-Martin, and another presentation, a video presentation by Vince Cerf and Andrew Sullivan, the Internet Society CEO. And then in the afternoon, we talked about infrastructure. First, the infrastructure of the Internet in general, and then an interesting panel on Wi-Fi 6 and the frequencies for 5G. And we talked a lot about 5G. And I believe that your presentation has an interesting focus on that topic. So I'm going to give you the floor, and then we'll see if we may have a conclusion and a Q&A from the audience here and the audience online. Thank you for your time. I want to tell the audience that our friends here in the room that the State Department in the US, that would be like the Foreign Exchange Ministry in Argentina, has been present in the conferences of the school. In the case of Costa Rica, they gave us grants for different, to offer to different people in Central America. The first time Christopher Painter came to the school program, he was the first cyber diplomat. He was an advisor of President Obama, and it was a great honor to have him with us in Costa Rica. And Chris has always been with us online or face-to-face. And also at the time, the US ambassador in Costa Rica invited us to his home. And since then, the State Department has been with us, helping us. And today we have Rodrigo. Luckily, he speaks Spanish. So I want to thank the State Department for its support and for contributing to the school. Now the floor is all yours, Rodrigo. Thank you, Olga. And I want to thank all the SSIG team for allowing me to share with you the perspectives of the US government as regards 5G technology and Open Run. It's a great pleasure to talk to you today. I would have loved to have been there, but I'm here in Washington with a little bit of a cold weather. The phrase "the future starts today," it's a, a frequent thing that we say when we talk about communication policy. It describes our current situation. The decisions that we make and the plans that we make today are going to have consequences as regards quality, scope, accessibility, and security of the digital ecosystems in our countries. I am the Assistant Director of the Cyberspace Department and Digital Policy in the bilateral matters in the State Department. The State Department created this new office in order to control cybersecurity, digital economy, and digital policies in a more articulate and comprehensive way. These vital things for economic growth, security interests, and all over the world are vital in our diplomatic agenda and have a two-party support in the US. But we know that we cannot promote these activities in isolation. We need partners, allies, and that's why we highlight the fact that ally governments should have the tools and the necessary information in order to support their planning as regards telecommunication. To develop an inclusive digital future, we need to develop the next network generation in an adequate way, taking into account security, trust, openness, and interoperability since the very beginning. That's why the US has promoted for more than 3 years the global responsible deployment of 5G and the next generation, and that's why it's still a priority for the Biden administration today. Trust is paramount for 5G success and the future network success. We know that it's impossible to eliminate all the security risks. Nevertheless, it's quite concerning if software and devices providers designing the networks take advantage of their unique situation so that this has a negative impact on security and system data and process availability, which depend on them. Network users, whether it is governments, international corporations, civic organizations, or individuals, need to trust confidential information and critical operations in the telecommunication networks, for example, important registries, intellectual property, bank transactions, and electronic data. And that kind of trust won't exist if the networks are provided by companies that depend on authoritarian governments and can give access to the team without legal resources. Nevertheless, there are some news as regards the different models and the limited options for providers in the telecommunication device equipment in the last few years, especially as regards the security concerns that the US has mentioned. There are different alternatives that can increase the supply chain resilience and to contribute to decrease prices and to offer a higher coverage, innovation, and finally to develop a vibrant and diverse market of trustworthy telecommunication providers. All these ideas, such as Open RAN, open radio access networks that network operators and software developers and hardware developers all over the world are deploying and promoting today. The Open RAN has a global characteristic, and it is the most interesting one. It's not a government thing. Companies from all continents have highlighted the necessity of this and started developing open standardized interfaces that would allow mobile network operators the possibility to combine software and hardware to satisfy their needs.
This means that everybody can penetrate the market without managing the architecture. And the new carriers, one in Japan, one in Germany, and some of the networks in the United States are choosing to have Open RAN components. The know-how and experience becomes an asset for them that they can take and leverage in the market, as Rakuten Symphony has demonstrated. The United States looks forward to leveraging the economic potential of 5G. We believe that this can be achieved without any sacrifices, without sacrificing security or economic and national security. We believe that we can resort to providers that can offer financing and lower costs in devices. Unfortunately, these agreements frequently come with hidden costs and hidden agenda. The United States is concerned with the installation of networks that can be disturbed or controlled by authoritarian governments that do not comply with human rights. There cannot be no trust when a state-owned company has no resources to live up to the challenges in the case of these governments that would like to control the data. The promises of these state-owned companies that they are not going to collaborate with governments or with countries cannot be fulfilled. The government of the United States acknowledges that many carriers are faced with limitations since they have to select providers or suppliers to deploy 5G and wireless networks of previous generations. So the competition in telecommunications may reduce the resilience of supply chain and have higher prices for carriers and consumers in the long term. When determining what measures should be taken to address this situation, our guiding values should include competition, choice, neutrality in terms of technology, the preferences of approaches driven by the industry, security, and innovation. One opportunity in line with these values is to develop open or interoperable networks, or access networks, or Open RAN networks. This allows for transition that would include a wide range of software suppliers or hardware providers when it comes to deploy functional features of the network that they use open network interfaces. This will allow better flexibility across the networks and to reduce the cost to benefit the final user, and to open new opportunities in the market for a wide range of suppliers or providers that can drive innovation through the ecosystem. Now, One of the main features or advantages of OpenRAM is that it's highly personalized. This is very important. So in rural sectors, networks demand a different architecture from the urban areas. It may be customized to small networks with less users, which is optimum, especially for countries with less population. Even though we believe that OpenRAM is a key element for our efforts to increase the need of having more suppliers, other options will play a key role. That may include technologies like low orbit terrestrial satellites that can offer good return to the consumers and to the carriers. And they can provide financing for research and for development for new entrants in the new markets of new technologies. We require additional policies to support transparency in financing at a market price that can provide a competitive advantage to all suppliers. In the United States, we had the export scheme of transnational scheme that places priority upon information technology and communications to provide financial assistance in exports. The Commission in the United States is placing priority upon the imports in the same sector, including 5G for low-income and middle-income countries. Another important solution is the international harmonization of the spectrum as much as possible to allow for economies of scale for devices or for handheld telephones so carriers can sell this in different countries. Each will have its own perspective to adopt its digital ecosystem, and each country will have access to different resources to achieve or to attain these aspirations. Hopefully, through this kind of dialogue, we will reach a common understanding on the best practices and on the right questions that we should be asking ourselves. And speaking of questions, I would give you the floor so we can have a Q&A. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Rodrigo. Precisely yesterday, we held a panel on Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 7, spectrum, and 5G. And one of the topics that was addressed by this panel was the large number of infrastructure provided by other countries that is not the United States in telephony in Latin America. And I would like you to express your views if this may have an impact on what you're saying, who's going to be the provider or the supplier of that infrastructure, because you were saying deployment of countries that are subject to authoritarian governments. This is a topic that I would like to hear your views on, because I have some virtual or online questions for you apart from that. And when discussing this with friends, I work with mobile telephony, and I was discussing this with friends that work in mobile infrastructure, mobile towers, and all of that. And even though we have many companies developing interoperable open services and products, OpenRAM is not considered as a mature, totally mature global standard to be applied to mobile telephony. I would like to hear your comments, and later some of the students are going to ask you questions. Thank you very much, Olga. That was a very easy question, huh? OpenRAN is not only a new technology, but a new architecture. Let me explain this. is a different approach to be deployed in this mobile network globally. And it's true that the economies of scale are not existent in order to facilitate this technology significantly across the world. However, we do have many networks that are being deployed. Some of them have been completed, like the one in Japan, this network in the United States. Trials have been made in Open RAM in Colombia, Argentina, England, Germany. So even though it's not ready to prime time, and we do have doubts in connection with some of the carriers, telecom carriers, to integrate Open RAN components to existing networks. The existing networks are new. Those were networks that started from scratch, like Racket to Dish. And the trials that we have ongoing hopefully are going to be very successful. This requires time to analyze the features of the networks with the different components of Open RAN. However, the important thing is that Open RAN is necessary for the marketplace that we have. And we would like to extend the options, the choice, or the alternatives. And given that extension, this will be transitioned to lower costs and deployment of networks that are going to be ideal for certain areas, locations, small islands, rural sector, more flexible technology or customized technology. Of course, there are doubts. However, we know that this is the future. When I was discussing this with Jose Fernandez, the Secretary of Energy and the Environment in Brazil, all wireless carriers, all suppliers told us that in 2 or 3 years' time, this is going to be the future. Of course, we have challenges that should be overcome. We need to standardize how we deploy equipment in the premises, economies of scale, components, but this is the future that is coming. Rodrigo, a student from Italy is asking a question. Her name is Valentina, and even though there's a different time zone, she's all the time online. She's asking if you have direct dialogue with the development of international artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and the MIT. And there's somebody in the room that comes from Brazil, is asking if Open RAM and Wi-Fi 6 will be a solution to a SpaceX and projects to substitute 5G in low densely populated areas. And one comment from Peru that says that Open RAM is a solution to be at the core of users and to facilitate access. So what can you tell us about the MIT and the question if Open RAN and Wi-Fi 6 could be a solution for SpaceX to substitute 5G in low densely populated areas? This is one of the hopes and aspirations of Open RAN that is going to help us and it's going to help the governments and telecommunication companies to create and to build a network, especially for this sort of applications or situations. For example, in the case of small islands or small countries, countries like Paraguay, or small countries in Europe or in Asia, that do require a special kind of network. It could be designed with Open RAN with different suppliers, with an open architecture that eventually will have lower costs. And this will give us opportunities in the local marketplace to participate in this market, because you don't have to start with Nokia or any local equipment. Right now with Open RAN, you can have small equipment that are used in networks or even software, and that could be designed or built in local markets. Like, for example, it could be produced locally in Croatia, Argentina, Brazil, or any other countries. So I believe that definitely Open RAN is the appropriate solution to cover these applications where you have people in remote areas that do not have access to the internet, or it's very difficult to deploy the high towers that interoperate with 5G. Open RAN does not use tall towers, and with that height you can even cover the rural sector or the rural areas. In the case of artificial intelligence, yes, we are involved with emerging technologies like machine learning, cloud computer, artificial intelligence, etc. For now, we have a lot of partnerships with different corporations, and we do have, or we organize workshops across the world. We have one that is called Artificial Connect, or Artificial Intelligence Connect, which indeed is taught in Brazil. I think this school was taught in August or September, and we have one coming up in India next month. Oh no, it's this by the end of this month. And so we have efforts and initiatives that are conducted to work along the lines of artificial intelligence, and with member countries and with friends like the European Union, England, Japan, Korea, etc., and other countries in Latin America, in order to develop artificial intelligence in such a way that can take the guiding or the necessary guiding principles. And we even discuss of building wireless networks. Thank you, Rodrigo. Any other questions from the audience? Could you introduce yourself? Yes. My name is Lorenzo Martinez from the Dominican Republic. It's great to have the disruption of this new technology. However, from the point of view of design, we do not consider the issue of security. So how do you approach this issue of cybersecurity when you have these customized deployments? Even though you have new technology, the inherent risks are pretty high. So how do you approach this? Muchas gracias. Thank you, Roberto, for this question. And greetings to the Dominican Republic, because I work with your government and I am very excited about going and traveling once more to Santo Domingo. This is very important for us, especially with the emergence of these new technologies. We would like to teach training courses and also technical assistance. And in our office, where we channel cyberspace and digital policies, we provide foreign technical assistance, and we are highly involved in training courses in cyberspace. Indeed, we do have some programs underway in Latin America, and we have some dialogue with some of the countries, including Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, and those companies that join these efforts in the Democracy Alliance and development. So we're working closely to provide them with training in cybersecurity. And we have seen many attacks across the world, especially in Costa Rica and Albania and other countries. Many times, countries do not tell whether they were attacked or not. However, our policy is that we have to file that claim, or we have to report it so we can prevent this in the future. And also we can help those organizations and prevent criminals from making further attacks. Any further questions for Rodrigo? Thank you very much, Rodrigo, for your time, for your patience, and for having addressed this conference in Spanish. Thanks a lot. It's easier for everybody because most of the students speak Spanish, and we do have people in the room that speak Portuguese and English, but most of us speak Spanish. We'll be at your disposal to communicate or disseminate any information that you consider important with our students and with the training courses. And greetings to the Department of State that is always collaborating with us. I would like to acknowledge the students for making the efforts and the South School of Internet Governance. Hopefully you can come to the United States once again. And you can come to the OAS that is 5 minutes away from my office. So probably you can come, and please keep in touch. You can contact us through our colleagues in the Embassy of the United States. We'll be at your disposal to help you out if you want to extend this collaboration or partnership even further. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Tobin, Nelson, and Soledad from the Embassy of the United States that were our point of contact. Thank you very much. We had great memories of the OAS Summit in Washington. A round of applause for Rodrigo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have a nice day and have a nice week. I know that you have a busy agenda for this week. Thank you very much. Thanks. Great. Okay, this was the last item of infrastructure, and right now we are going to address privacy and security. And in 5 minutes' time, we have a very keynote speaker. That is Beatriz Anchorina. She runs the Public Information Access Agency of Argentina. Not only does she come in person, she has a very tight agenda. She's very busy, and we really appreciate that. She's been involved in state procedures over the last 20 years, and she's been very involved in the data protection law. So, we're going to hear from her in 5 minutes. Please stay, and after Beatriz Angelina, we're going to break for coffee. So thank you very much for the questions that are asked.
Seguimos. Gracias por estar y no haberse ido.
It's kind of raining, so it's nice to be here. I have the great pleasure to have Beatriz Anchorena, who leads the Public Information Agency that is responsible for privacy and managing privacy and security. I've been working for her since she started, and after many years of working in the government, she leads this project of regulation in Argentina for data protection. That was kind of the pioneer. It was a bill that started in Argentina, and she's been working for the last 20 years. She's leading the process very efficiently, in an open way. She partnered with people from the private sector, public sector, civil society, and she's been introducing new ideas on how this regulation may be implemented. She was so kind to come here. We have people from all countries of Latin America and online from countries that are from Asia, the United States, Africa, and Latin America. Beatriz, you've been here for just a few years in the agency, right? Thank you very much, Olga. Yes, I would like to acknowledge the South School of Internet Governance for having invited me. There are many conferences that are online, so it's great to have a conference that is in person here. And it's great to have this dialogue discussing this topic on data protection law. As Olga said, I've been over the last 7 months leading the Public Information Access Agency. It was a public hearing and an appointment that they designated my position or designated me a few months ago. On the one hand, we have the Public Information Access, and we have a law enforcement agency for data, for personal data. So one of the commitments that we fulfill in February this year was to commission regulation in place to update our law of personal data. That was one of the pioneers that dates back to the year 2000. So this data protection law was like kind of pioneer in the region. And this dates back to the year 2000. There's a lot of water under the bridge in the world of technology, in the world of the internet. And it's mandatory to kind of update this law in line with the new generation of data protection laws. For example, Brazil has made changes to that law. Ecuador follows suit. We have some procedures in Ecuador, Costa Rica, and Chile. So Argentina is on board with the new generation of regulations. And how do we approach the changes in this data protection law? First, in response to the challenges posed by the digital economy and the technological advances. Also considering the harmonization or the need to harmonize with international standards, whether they are regional or international. Specifically, the European Union. Why the European regulations? Because if we date back to 2003, we were declared as the right country or adequate country for the European Union, and we are in the process of assessment and evaluation, and we believe that it's important to keep the status. The world has become global, and data travels from one place to another. And we know that this is very, very difficult, very challenging to regulate. So to have some principles and consensus will allow us to have the technology in place to drive the economic development. Because the state should lead this development process, and the technology is the right place to attain the quality life standards that are so required by our citizens. And also, we approach sovereignty, and we have also a community approach, a local approach, because it's not a one size fits all and borrowing regulations from abroad. We believe that Argentina is capable to have talent or to have also customization of the regulations here that can govern the marketplace for a few years. And that's why we propose a neutral language, because this cannot be outdated in 2 years' time. So this is one of the key issues. Let me tell you something, how we went about this process and where we stand, because we're in the middle of the process. And some piece of news of the draft resolution. The draft resolution is posted in the Public Information Access Agency website. You can download it from our website, where you will find the documents that we took as a reference to draft the bill. And first and foremost, let me tell you that we did an international benchmark, resorting to the best practices, guiding principles. We gather with other agencies from Spain, from Brazil, from the European Union, especially addressing the European regulation. And we perform an assessment and a survey at the international level. We had UNESCO on board because they drafted something on ethics for artificial intelligence, and then we had local dialogues with civil society organizations, with business chambers, with professionals, practitioners in the industry, lawyers, and other disciplines especially involved in data protection laws. And also we had roundtables with the public service. We even gathered former authorities of the Law Protection Agency in Argentina, Data Protection Agency in Argentina, that have been regulating and governing this activity. And we organized a conference to show the main guidelines and the consensus reached when drafting this law. We organized a conference in the Centro Cultural Kirchner venue, where we had speakers from Brazil, from Colombia, from Chile. We had the rapporteur for the United Nations on personal data protection, the European Union attending, and a whole bunch of local or domestic stakeholders. So we have a participatory open dialogue that is so necessary for us. And as of September 12th, we had an open consultation to the citizenry that was postponed until October 11th, where we had 120 proposals and comments or reviews. And we are analyzing all the reviews, comments, and revision of all documents to have the final draft of this bill that should be sent to Congress anytime soon. Let me highlight some of the main points or items of the bill in the way Argentina intends to address the data protection law, and how Argentina would like to guarantee the rights of people to the data protection law that is enshrined in Article or Section 43 of the Argentinian Constitution. And if we date back to the law of 2000, that does not involve humans or human beings, but also legal persons. So, to be in the same wavelength with the rest of the world, This is just for human beings. Also, with new definitions, we updated some of the definitions. We even extended the scope of sensitive data, including genetic data and biometric data. Something that is key is the enforcement out of the country of this law, because if we have organizations that process intensively data that do not reside in Argentina, that law is enforced for jurisdiction in Argentina, and they need to appoint a representative for Argentina. Another key issue is the proactive and demonstrated responsibility as a new principle, where it's key to have demonstrated or proven, because that includes a traceability to demonstrate that they are complying with the law and that data protection is being carried out. We extended the legal databases for the treatment of this data. We still have this old law where you have the consent and then the pleas or the exceptions. And then we have the specific functions of the state or the role of the state, contracts, legal compliance, and legitimate interest, where you have different features. Consent is key. It has to be open, free, unbiased, and it cannot be tacit. There's a specific section for boys, girls, and teenagers that can give their consent as of the age of 13 in line with the Civil Code of Argentina, and they enjoy special treatment, and that underscore the use of this data. Also, this includes the issue of security, something that is widely discussed here. We propose 48 hours to communicate the incident to the enforcement agency. And then you have all the protocols that are triggered in connection with this topic. And I believe this topic in Argentina has security breaches, whether it is in the public or in the private sector, and it's on the rise. International wires is exactly the same thing, because every single day and all the time data are traveling. So on the one hand, you have the assessment or the adequate assessment that Argentina performs to other countries, the conventions, the Ibero-American law passed recently with different contract clauses that we deemed appropriate, and then we have the exceptions. But there's a specific chapter here where Argentina is actively involved in the Ibero-American network of personal data protection and in the Privacy Assembly that holds the International Conference of Istanbul, Turkey, and Argentina is part of the Global Privacy Assembly Committee, where we participate actively in order to agree upon these issues and to have a shared vision together with other countries on a human right that is so important as personal data protection. And then we have the overarching rights, the right to challenge, suppression, portability, and non-inference. We do have a section dedicated to automated decisions and profiles that give us the chance, or gives the chance to the owner of those rights to challenge this in a semi-automatic or automatic way and to ask for human intervention. And what do we require in the case of bias or non-discrimination, or to describe patterns of a certain algorithm? Also, the law provides the obligations for the responsible parties, especially data protection by design. That is, when you design a proposal, a prototype, or a new technology, for its inception, we consider data protection in the planning of that product. And this is also covered in the public sector. And in some of the cases, we do require impact assessments. We have a legislation that provides that all databases should be registered. However, we are transitioning towards some other kind of registrations or registrars of delegates and representatives of personal data in the case of extra jurisdictions. So we're not going to have the analysis of the personal database, but those responsible parties with their delegates of personal data. The proposal also regulates creditworthiness or a credit history, something that is promoted in Argentina. We believe that we should protect the personal data in terms of credit history and everything that has to do with the agency. That is, what are the tools in order to regulate? So this law should update the tools that we have to the agency. For example, we had just a few elements dating back to the law of 2000s. We updated the fines, we updated some of the penalties, we made changes to the penalties. However, we should have well-balanced and deterrent decisions and new elements or tools in the agency. Something voluntary for dispute settlement, for example. New tools or instruments in connection to the best practices and to the promotion of personal data, raising awareness for citizens to take care of their personal data, because we know full well there are citizens or there are people that are being hacked, whether it is their emails, bank accounts, or other information. So it's great to create, raise awareness of personal data protection, restoring the democracy and to promote the information technology, especially with this kind of vision of technology, having in view the personal data protection and to be involved and part of a development project protecting privacy. Okay, some highlights here. One thing is how fast you have conducted this process, and there is no fear of public consultation, because in Argentina there's always something like this. I believe that this was useful, but once you protect or you make the decision, and then you have consultations to the private sector, civil society, public sector, international stakeholders, people that were predecessors in other administrations with other political parties, and then to process the information in the initiatives that you have underway. So I celebrate this. Also, there's something useful because those people that are going to be the delegates of personal data, this is kind of old, or the old principle. At that time it was okay. However, here we have large amounts of data in different formats and higher speeds that are exponential. So before it was a database, and right now with the database responsible parties, how do you manage, how do you approach those responsible parties that manage these processes? It's because it's what we have in the cybersecurity office, where we have these minimum requirements for cybersecurity, and we do have an interesting or a delegate or party, and sometimes it's difficult to pinpoint who that contact is and to have a personal connection so that person could be updated. And so, we could have these responsibilities in place. Yet, the figure of that party is for the public and for the private sector. And in the public sector, I think that you're referring to the cybersecurity and the minimum requirements that you're mentioning. It seems to us that we should have best practice communities to approach For example, this kind of personal data protection network in the public sector involving third parties to have these heterogeneities or data processes, because the main role of the state is to build policy making of high quality, and for this you require data. Those policies are evidence-based policies that have been implemented for a long time. So how do we have this high quality with high quality personal data protection? So it seems to us that we do have, or we do require training. Training in all sectors, in the private and in the public sector, especially building the profiles and training people and giving them the necessary skills, because they need to comply with the law and they are responsible for this for this evidence or for these protocols or profiles. How do we achieve these highly qualified profiles that are going to elevate their skills or talents on the part of the state and to build policy making? There are many, many lawyers in the audience, and we do have online questions. Could you please identify yourself or introduce yourself? Yes, my name is Lucia, and I come from the University of Buenos Aires. We're part of a civil society organization, and when we participate in the comments and in the reviews in the bill or the draft resolution. And you said that this was subject to review. I don't know, have you made any changes? And can you comment on this? Yes, I do have some changes in mind. Some of them have to do with federal enforcement. We're making improvements to that sections. We have 11 sections and 76 subsections in the law. So this was a pending issue, and the idea was to take more time to receive more contributions to make room for these changes. Also, we have a transparency process where there's a commission of personal data protection that was interesting to include that commission, and we have dialogues and roundtables with the different provinces. We do have some changes that when we included them in the proposal, they really improved the proposal. And there are two dimensions of this, of changes or improvements. The first one is an improvement that has to do with legislation or a better expression of the idea, or polishing some of the concepts and the drafting or the wording. And on the other hand, you have the issue of a deep debate in terms of vacancies, or probably to cover some vacuums that we had, because we have to update the law. We need to have a more comprehensive view. You need to think that this is a draft resolution, and then you have the Senate and the regulation and the enforcement on the part of the executive, and then you have all the instruments that they need to be devised in the agency in order to make these rules possible. So there's a lot of work ahead of us. And many times, many of the stakeholders are eager to include this in the draft resolution, but let me tell you that we have other instances. And those other instances, such as regulation, are easily changed once you make the progress. But with legislation, it's not that simple to make changes. So we need to have a technical and political view on this process to seek that better solution or a better solution. And probably you cannot be perfect, because if you are a perfectionist, you operate in a vacuum and it's impossible to fulfill the law. Or probably you lose the status on in parliament. So you need to be very tactical and try to leverage the windows of opportunities that we have at this time. I have three additional questions, but there's some other people that would like to ask a question. My name is Florencia, and I work for the legislation in Argentina, and I have two questions. I don't know if you had access to the draft resolution of Representative Buffy, and when we comparing the two draft resolutions, the general views is that one protects more the owner rights than the other. And this facilitates some dialogue in terms of the more protective you are with owners' rights is detrimental to possible innovations or changes. So these are two general outlooks or the way we see this in public policy. How would you go about this? How would you approach this if you're still discussing this possibility? And the question has to do with the responsible parties. Who's going to be responsible for this? Because many times you have teams behind the owner or the responsibility. So who's going to bear that responsibility? Okay, before you take this question, let me ask if there's another question. Yes. It's great to have this technical and political view to make this draft resolution possible. It's part of the flexibility to regulate because sometimes you get confused with the non or the lack of regulation. My name is Marta Moneda from the University of Avellaneda, and you were underscoring a very important protective regime, as she said. Also, you mentioned the idea of consent, that formally you had a legal category, a very well-informed consent, and protected from the legal point of view. Have you thought in the agency any instrument for practical applications or enforcements? For example, somebody that has been has had their rights infringed and the well-informed consent is non-existent. Have you thought any procedures in order to intervene institutionally in this kind of situations? My name is Luz, and I come from the public sector of the city of Buenos Aires, and I work in communications, so I've been in touch and involved with the data protection law. Thank you very much for making this offer and for making this in an open way. It's great to see these changes and to see a draft resolution that is new for Argentina. And the figure of the delegate that is so new, so we can control what is done with the personal data. You don't have the possibility to certify yourself as a delegate, for example, in Spain, that is in line with the European vision, but we are not borrowing this. Can you certify delegates in Argentina under this draft resolution? And by this certification, we comply with the roles or the responsibility in the public sector or the private sector or whatever. First and foremost, yes, we are going to be certifying. We are assessing or evaluating some of the alternatives. The first effort that we make is to drive this new law. However, we're evaluating all the alternatives. I don't believe that the agency is going to certify. However, we believe that it's good to have certification instances and to promote the culture and training in data protection. The idea is to make progress in that regard, and there's something specific that is included in the draft resolution. And then, yeah, we need to work on the part of the agency to implement this, obviously. We put at the core the owner's rights. Yes, I know that that is the case. We are in line with the 2018 draft resolution that was promoted or filed by the agency that was submitted by Representative Buffy in Congress. There may be supplementary information, but I do not believe that guaranteeing the right to data protection or personal data protection is detrimental to technological advance. On the contrary, if we have clear rules of the games and that they clarify a shared vision on the future, because we're speaking of the future of the development of the country or of a region, we believe that this is the case, this is essential. So, based on these regulations, nothing of what is being done and nothing that is going to be planned in terms of business planning or innovation is going to be discontinued by this concept. But we are going to improve the rules of the game and the public and private partnership in order to promote developing this concept. That is our intent. Also, consent. The other pillar is consent. So, today we receive many complaints by people of any sort, complaints of any sorts, and we're going to be responsible for articulating all the necessary channels to take those complaints and to enforce them. And that's why this regulation is so important. Right now, we do not have any tools to intervene in a wrongdoing of personal data or other issues. So we need a wide range of instruments to assist in every case. For example, we have a person, this is a case that filed a complaint because in its parish, he wanted to file for data suppression and he filed a claim. So I cannot enforce the parish the same instrument or the same decision that I apply or I enforce to a private company. I need a wide range of instruments or tools to intervene and especially to apply it to stakeholders that the element of which is not the business of personal data processing. So there's a wide range of protocols, instruments, and I believe that this is going to be worked once we have the law in place. We are doing it with the current law, but however, this is going to be much better once we have the new law in place. How do we define responsible party? Well, this is clearly defined as an organization beyond whether it is a team or a person. The responsible party or the people in charge are concepts that are included or described by all legislations. Those are the existing parties, and that's why you describe it in that language. The important is how we define those parties, and I believe that we have clear definitions, so they've been defined very clearly in the draft resolution. We have another question, 3 more questions. My name is Federico Pereira. I studied political science in Argentina in Torquato di Itala University. And my question is in connection with the political negotiation of the draft resolution, not only with the opposition, but also within your administration, if you're going to have the express support of the incumbent administration, the executive, and the other stakeholders considering the political situation of Argentina in order not to operate in a vacuum once this draft resolution arrives in Congress. My name is Adrian from Argentina. You discussed briefly the process, the acceleration, being tactical, and the 2000 draft resolution that was not discussed in Congress. The idea was if we file the draft resolution right now, especially if we have elections coming up, or probably you can file it next year. So the 2 years would be effective to treat this in Congress. And somebody from abroad here. Great vision. Yes, good morning. You discuss the level of treatment. What is the level of treatment? Because you have two countries in Latin America, Uruguay and Argentina. And I've seen it, or I've read this, especially with some people that talked about digital rights. Will this be accelerating this approval process? Let me take her first question, then the politics. Basically, the assessment is very comprehensive of rules, authorities, the institutions in countries, and indeed, in this adequate process, we are treating other figures. We are a signatory of 108, the 108 Convention and 108 plus of the Council of Europe. This was passed in the House of Representatives and is about to be passed in the Senate. The adequate process allows for cross-border flow of data more directly. And this is an economic asset for countries. So in that regard, we consider that Argentina intends to be a member country or an appropriate member for the European Union, allowing this flow of data that has this protection umbrella that is guaranteed by the institution assessments of the European Union. So we are signatories and we are subjects to that assessment. All the efforts made in proposing new regulations are well received or are welcomed. And the 108 plus convention is very similar to the European regulations, but in the case of a treaty or in the form of a treaty, it comes to guide some perspectives. However, we believe that the first regulation framework has to do with the personal data law at the national level, apart from the convention. And addressing the political question that was asked. Not so long ago in the Constitutional Affairs Commission, the 108 plus convention was approved with all the votes of the majority, so it was welcome in Congress. We know that these are not the typical topics that are dealt in Congress, but these are more intangible topics that require certain expertise. However, we see strategies to reach or to seek this sort of consensus. I believe that this is a draft resolution apart from the differences or disagreements between the opposition and the incumbent administration. This intends to protect human rights and to drive economic development. So this convergence of these two key issues that are the core to our democracy could drive, in a way, a good adoption, apart from the difficult issues that may be widely discussed, once they are discussed, these issues. But these discussions are welcome because the best law depends on the best technical construction and the best political dialogue. And this is mandated by our democracy and eventually is the result of what is going to reflect the direction of a country revolving around this issue. My idea is to submit it this year. We know that we're about to finish the year, but however, we are making the last efforts to file it or submit it before Congress this year. I think that this is going to be defined at the end of the year. One or two questions more? Yeah. Good morning. My name is Marim. I study advertising in Brazil. I don't speak Spanish that well. However, I can ask this question. How do public and private can raise awareness for the young generation that are not concerned with security of personal data? And they deliver it without thinking in applications like TikTok and other websites. Do you have a special plan for this purpose? For raising awareness, okay. We are faced with this challenge not only in personal data protection, but also in security or in other fields where we operate. I believe that we have to start either with raising campaigns, awareness campaigns of public goods and content that could be addressed probably in schools by non-for-profit organizations that work with children or with international organizations. We have United Nations organizations like UNICEF or others that probably could help us with this approach so we can raise awareness for children to have the necessary tools. We believe that this is a great challenge, and I believe that this is one of the main points that makes this law to be firmly embedded in the citizenry because all children, mothers, parents are concerned with personal data. So we believe that this could really change the needle to approach these intangible concepts to the reality of what these families are living through. Thank you very much, Beatriz, for taking the time to come and address this topic here. Thank you very much for coming and I'm sorry that we got delayed with your talk, but thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Thank you for taking the questions. We're going to break for coffee, and the next panel is going to be in English. So if you do require simultaneous interpretation, please get their infrared receivers. Thank you.
Está rico el café, ¿no? Hay sanguchitos, hay de todo. La verdad que yo no comí, pero no comí porque no puedo. Bueno, gente, vamos.
No, dejó el alemán. The first one is how to participate in ICANN. We have been working in GNSO, which is all the generic names are. Generics mean .com, .rg. The ones that don't belong to countries, and there's another one that is called at large that has 5 regions, and one of the regions is Latin America and the Caribbean. Adrian has been active in this space. Is Augusto here? Adrian is the chair of a capacity building group, and Augusto is the chair of the Latin America and the Caribbean group. And that's a group where you can participate if you belong to the civil society organizations. You can become an ICANN member as a kind of a large structure of the civil society. Mark is going to help us to be the moderator of this session. We have Claire, who is in the Caribbean. She's the secretary of the regional RALO, and Harold is the vice chair. Hello, Harold. Claire.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for being with us.
Saludos a todos los presentes.
Okay, Mark will be chairing the session, and I will be here to assist you, but I will give the floor to Claire. We start with Claire.
Sí,
¿En English?
Sí. Hola a todos y todas. Vamos a empezar en inglés con Claire y después, después cambiar a español. Claire, how do you do today? We'll start with you. I know you have some points to share with us about the structure. Would you like to present, or will you just talk? Do you want to present slides? Claire, can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Claire?
I can hear you, but I'm only hearing Spanish, and I don't speak Spanish. I'm sorry.
You are not there. Do you have the English channel?
¿Tiene canal? Es un solo canal el
No, I'm
Zoom
not.
de ella. Can you hear us in English, Claire?
I don't know how to get into the English channel. I've been
Okay.
asking how to get.
Okay, let's
how
do the
I get
following.
into the English channel.
Well,
The,
at the floor?
the link that I have is only for the Spanish.
Okay, let me. Vamos con Harold y
Sí, vamos a hacer
Mientras solucionamos.
alguien del staff hacer un troubleshooting con Claire y después vamos
Okay.
volver a ella.
Hola a todos, ¿me escuchan? Quiero confirmar que me escuchan bien.
Muy bien.
Hello, Mark. Can you hear me? Yes.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
En todo caso, no es más que lo que sucede que Claire estaba conectada.
What happens is that Claire was connected to room B, that is in Spanish, and we will hearing the interpreter's voice. Claire was going to address, is going to address her talk part or her talk later. I would like to acknowledge everybody that is present in Buenos Aires. I would like to acknowledge the South School of Internet Governance for this space that is maintained and persistent regardless of what happens across the world. It is very important that as members of the South School of the Internet Governance, we take care of these spaces, making the necessary efforts to keep this going. It's not easy to find a platform as the South School on Internet Governance. That's why we've been leading and pioneering these update tools. So it's a key update year after year on what the status or the current situation is within the legal framework and technical framework. As users, we see what are the agenda items that affect us all. Mark, shall we wait for Claire or shall I continue with my presentation? I am here with Claire in the chat. Probably you can start. Yeah, I can start with my presentation. Go ahead. By way of background, as Olga said, she was rightly so. Let me explain some of the acronyms. For those of you that are connected online or attending the seminar in Buenos Aires, I'm sure that you have visited the websites and you are faced with a whole set of new acronyms. You have ICON, so let's go directly to the next slide. As Olga said, I come from Venezuela. It's the Association of Usernets of Users of Venezuela. I'm the vice president of the region. And when Olga said that this, or one of the 5 regional organizations of users that are accredited in ICANN,
Si podemos avanzar. Mark, ¿me confirma si estamos avanzando en la diapo o es solamente mi imagen que está controlada? Ahí avanzó bastante. Exacto, ahí. Podemos empezar directamente ahí.
okay.
Gracias. Entonces, bueno, lo primero que, como sabemos,
As you know, we find people in the South School of Internet Governance, whether it is users, individual and users, people involved with the Internet. We cannot conceive that an engineer or somebody from the technical field who manages a whole set of advanced tools is not the same user, just like a housewife that has an elementary use of tools, or a lawyer, or a political science guy like the one that asks questions. All of us are internet users. However, we need to see the scope and we need to analyze the challenges of the participation. So we have individual end users. I'm sure you're going to find this in the platforms of ICANN. So ICANN defines this as final end users. It is important to remember that within ICANN, we work with a long-term model that has been used with a multi-stakeholder approach. So we have a multi-stakeholder approach with a convergence of different individuals, each of them having their own contributions, impacts, and ideas. And they have an influence in policymaking, which is key. It's key because this is one of the models that facilitated inclusion and participation of the citizenry in the global internet governance. It wouldn't be possible otherwise. And it makes sense because we have the ITU, who is responsible for the telecommunications activities within the United Nations sphere, where we have the convergence of governments and users. Apart from the local governments, have a minor influence. However, the impact of the decisions that are made in this office are global. So ICON allows, under this multi-stakeholder approach, this participation of end users, researchers, individuals, users of telecommunications, allow us to participate, which is key. Then we have the scope structures, and these are defined in the ICANN platforms, what is commonly referred to as ALS. At large structure. At large could be wide, the community at large. So we have this at large structure or scope that is the convergence of many users. So you gather here and you said, okay, we are a legal entity or a political research group or a group that has been following up human rights in the digital arena, and we create an association of users and we are accredited before ICANN. This is the ALS. So we're registered under a legal entity that is widely accepted and approved in a country that requires accreditation to participate within ICANN. However, this is not a limiting factor. You as a user, you spend a night and you said, okay, there's a working group in ICANN that is involved in ISDNs or domain names. So you can send an email to that contact person, and I'm sure you can participate in the newsletters or in the email, and you're going to see the meetings IDs, when to connect, and depending on your commitment or your involvement, you will be included in these groups. And you can participate also as an end user without even requesting accreditation. So when you participate in at-large communities, it's merely all the ASL, all the structures at large. Decisions are made based on a commission decision that they have a representative. And when you speak about a community at large, you're speaking of all the individuals, all the input and contributions made by users within the scope of ICANN, because we have the working groups and dynamics. So it takes time to participate in meetings. There's a lot of responsibility involved, and it depends on us as users to keep the spirit to participate in this process. Because you may be very motivated in the school, or probably sometimes you're bored by the issues or by the topics that are dealt with, but probably you can join a group that covers a certain research and the topic of interest. And since you're new, what is going to happen is you're going to be motivated, especially you're going to receive feedback by people that have had a long history with the group, with the commission, and you can see the history of how this topic is dealt in the region or in other regions. So this a large community, this group of users, organizations that are widely distributed across the globe. Let's see how this is organized within ICANN. This is organized as RALO, Regional at Large Organizations, the RALOs. So obviously, this depends on where you stand. You have people, for example, participated from Italy. You have people connected from Asia Pacific or Africa. So if you're in Italy or in Europe, you request accreditation or participation within the core of that organization that is in blue, that is URL. So you have Europe because it's the regional organization for regional organizations. If you're reside in Africa, you're going to participate in AFRAL. In Asia Pacific, you're going to participate in AFRALO, that is in red. In North America, it's in yellow, and then you have Central America and South America. So this belongs to Latin America and islands of the Caribbean. It's not all the Caribbean, because in the Caribbean you have other features, for example, or other characteristics. There's a yellow dot, and that includes Jamaica, that manages numerical resources for North America and provides resources as well for Jamaica. So Jamaica is part of the Caribbean, but Jamaica is not part of Latin America. Puerto Rico, as it is a colony or administrative colony of the United States, it belongs to the United States, regardless being located in the Caribbean. So any organization has its special features, and this is the way how users are distributed or organized within ICANN. Why is this map important? Because we are the 5 organizations that can participate, influence, decide, make opinions, interoperate to get to know what happens across the globe. And in this way, not only we're speaking of working groups, but also we do have our own dynamics or regional topics to be discussed. And this is evidenced in this marvelous process of the SaaS goal of Internet governance, given this new opportunity, given the scope, with the help of the University of Mendoza, and we see how these topics are addressed in the region. You have contributions by email, you share documents. These dynamics created by the South School of Internet Governance is something that it would be great to have in Afralo. This spirit of research, gathering all professionals, so though we can exchange information and make progress by raising awareness, training, and the provision of information, including housewives, the elderly, covering all the global issues that are being impacted or affected in a region. So this is the map of who we are. How are we considered, or how we are classified in the ICANN ecosystem, and how we make progress, how we can make progress and make contributions. So this is regardless whether you're a lawyer, an operator, one that provides services, ISPs, antenna providers, carriers. Obviously, they have an internet-based model. There are organized communities that create business models or business ecosystems, and those are users that have special characteristics whose business or whose participation in these spheres is key, in line with the key basic principles to keep internet open and safe. I don't know if Zoom, but let me try to share it. We can share it in chat boxes in Telegram or in the recordings of these presentations. I'm sure we're going to be sharing the hyperlinks so you may have access to the at-large communities where I'm going to request information, Claire's emails or newsletters, my emails, and that's the way we include people in the working groups. As an individual user, you have three options. First, to enter formally to the at-large community. Why do I say formally? Because whether you're registered or not, you can join this community without requesting accreditation. So you can participate freely, and there are many people indeed that are participating freely. In blue, we have the active ALS, whether it is in Argentina, Belize, or Panama. First, you gotta pay attention if you have an active ALS that is already registered within ICANN, so you can join them. You can join any organization. So once you join the ALS that is already active or accredited, you are already inside the community because all users, organizations, or all members that are accredited in ICANN, they can make contributions, they can subscribe to the working groups, to the newsletters, to the emails, to the bulletins, to all kinds of updates. So this is one way. And then you go to the second way of registration. For example, you can create your own user association. You create your one new at-large structure, a new ALS. And once you do or you get the process going, which is not rocket science, it's very easy to include additional active or additional ALSs, especially for those countries that do not have these kind of associations, because we intend to have associations in all ecosystems. And then you have individual members that are not part of any LALS. Probably you're not interested in being part of any ALS because you don't have time to participate in meetings. So you participate in the working groups of ICANN, and you do that as an individual member. If you're in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, in Afralo, and in Latin America and the Caribbean, we included this option lately, and we have many people as observers. Why? Because within the formal procedure rules, this is not formalized. It's part of the internal working group of the Afralo governance. However, right now it's operative, and that's why we have individual members participating in Afralo that are not part of any ALS. It's not difficult, you can do it anyways. There are a few examples in which people were members of an ALS and they still became individual members. These are the three ways, regardless of your location or regardless of your residence. If you want to participate for 3 years of Urralo, you can participate in Europe. For example, I have a person or a coworker that lives in Madrid, is part of Urralo, and then if he moves to another location, probably people studying for 3 or 4 years, or if they change their domicile, they may be filing residence in Asia Pacific or in any other location. So you're not going to lose the contact, the connection or the spirit of those working groups. And that is why how we have this sense of belonging in ICANN. One thing is to join as Google, Facebook, or GoDaddy. And another thing is to be part of the multi-stakeholder approach as a company that has a global impact in the ecosystem as a business model or internet model, software development. It's very, very difficult to join there rather than joining as individual users. However, we need to acknowledge this, given the necessary space, and we need to find all spaces and the constituencies that all these groups that gather all the stakeholders. We have these links. I'm sure that we can share these links later on in some, where I'm sure the South School of Internet Governance is going to share this in a presentation. Let's go to the next slide, please. Let me tell you that we have global working groups as users and at large users. The at large communities are referring to the users that are registered in every single region, in this case of Latin America and the Caribbean, and key issues. We have the new ICANN agenda. The new ICANN agenda is built every single year because we have changing situations, and even though ICANN has planning as corporation, all the multi-stakeholders have an influence of the global topics that are being addressed. So how do we drive motivation to do further research and to make progress in the research and development or in career developments, especially for those people that are doing masters, postgraduate courses, training, everybody that is involved in the research of data protection and in the legal arena, because we have many lawyers. So it is important to have more participants that reflects the number of users within the global agenda of ICANN, the ITU, and the scope of these agencies. And then we have the policy, the PDPs, policy development processes. These policy development processes is the basic model by which all the stakeholders influence on these new regulations. So the PDPs are very popular in the ICANN processes. When a new process starts, we are called upon to involve ourselves because we want to know how impactful this is going to be like. Some of them may seem commercial or business-like, related to corporations, that they have their own business models over the internet managing resources. However, it has a clear impact. This is what we witness with Amazon or the custody of .org to another entity. Topics like cap, access, we're going to guarantee the cap or the roof price. Imagine a women rights organization or civil rights organization or children protection agencies. If they want to register a .org website, registered.org domain, and they cannot do it because the price is pretty high. The digital world is nothing or is no different from the actual world. And this implies that the internet is a vehicle. It's no different. It's like the real world. When we discuss the working groups in Latin America, we have the new fiscal years. In ICANN, they start in July every single year, and they finish in June next year. A regional organization cannot operate without any resources or fund or money to do things. So it's not only to have strategy and operations, but the administrative aspect is very important. That's why we have LACs that make a contribution or make an investment or raise awareness, communication that require resources, and also the operational and administrative commitments on the part of ICANN. As users, we have to request audits, for example, reports. Within Ralo, we have a number of reports. Olga mentioned an important group, like for example, the capacity building group run by Adrian Carvalho that gathers once every month. So you have many meetings in the working group. As a regional organization like you, Ralo, Afralo, Asralo, we gather once a month. In the case of Latin America, it's the third Monday of every single month, with some exceptions. For example, our president couldn't make it yesterday. That was a Monday. We postponed it until the following Monday. These meetings include projects that are underway, reports made by the directors, capacity building reports, team building reports, universal acceptance, which is key. It's a global aspect for ICANN, domains and its impacts on final users, ITNs, multi-language communication of Afralo. How can the communication mechanisms or these bases, how can we communicate more effectively and reach more users that we have an existing ecosystem that is open for participation? So these are the working groups between Afralo. In the next space, we have the voice of La Caralo that gathers a lot of people like researchers. Regardless of your situation, you know full well that there are topics that are global that affect them globally and the legal framework in every single country. We have data protection law or personal data protection. So we need to act locally and we need to have a global vision that we are influencing policies or measures that are going to have a global impact and that require the participation of users, members of the Latin America and the Caribbean, that require the participation in policy making, whether it is a communication group. Your opinion is highly valuable, very important. In gatherings like this, like the South School of Internet Governance, where you have new visions, new perspectives, or core questions, these spaces are necessary. And finally, we have the challenge, a future challenge. Like, for example, the way we conduct research. We have changing topics. Harold, can you hear me? Yes. Can I interrupt you for a second? We will give the floor to Claire to see if we can speak to her and hear from her. Claire, can you hear me?
Are you in the Zoom room?
Claire, can you hear us?
You should be able to hear, if you're in the Zoom room, you should be able to hear the audio of the floor. So it's English now. Harold was speaking in Spanish, but now is speaking in English. Harold, vos no se escuchás, Harold, ¿no? Vos no se estás escuchando.
We're gonna try with you. Can you hear me?
No, creo que no nos escuchan. Sí, pero no, algo pasa con el Zoom de ella, porque entró y salió varias veces y no.
Harold, ¿puede escribir una cosa para Claire en el chat como una direct message para ella? ¿Cosa así? Porque no sé si nos escucha.
Okay. And Claire, were you able to? Oh.
Bien, ¿será que
Okay.
Claire, nos escuchas?
No, me dicen acá los traductores que tienen headphone de Bluetooth y quizá eso no,
¿Qué canal
no
estarás
funciona bien.
escuchando, Claire?
Ok. ¿Le pueden decir por el chat a Claire que quizás es el headphone? Ok, mientras tanto seguí, Harold. Discúlpame que te interrumpí, pero quería saber
Te oigo muy lejos, Olga. Si estás hablando conmigo, te oigo muy lejos. De hecho,
¿Me escuchás ahora? ¿Me escuchás mejor? ¿Ahora sí? ¿Me escuchás? Hola, ¿me escuchás, Harold?
Can you hear me, Harold?
No, te decía que mientras resolvemos el problema de Claire, seguí con tu presentación.
While we try to solve the technical issue, why don't you continue with your presentation? Obviously, if there's a specific question, I can answer it, but I was with the conclusions about this aspect of La Gralo within the Latin America and the Caribbean region. The new challenge is we are talking about blockchain. There are many questions about blockchain. Actually, if there's an incidence on this, and the specifics about blockchain, we are talking about AI and the impact in the ecosystem. We are talking about Internet of Things. Claire, can you hear me?
Hearing the Spanish, so I can speak now.
Okay, still, you can hear me in Spanish?
I am hearing you in English now, Harold, but I
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
because okay.
What about us from the floor? Can you hear us from the
Okay.
floor, Claire?
We are connected in the Zoom room. Okay. Claro, la sala de Zoom está y creo que ella está conectada al audio del room Zoom, ¿no? Bueno, entonces estas son la invitación que le estamos haciendo a que participen, que conozcan, obviamente muy brevemente.
¿Quieren que empiece ahora con mi presentación?
I cannot hear you very well.
Can we
Yo te
boost
escucho.
Claire's? ¿Podemos tener más sonido de Claire?
Hello?
Hey, we can hear you
Sí,
very
Te
low,
escucho,
Claire.
bueno, yo te escucho bien.
Ah, vos la escuchas bien. Yo la escucho muy bajito.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you're saying.
Okay. Harold, ¿cuánto más tenés? Porque me gustaría por ahí también darle un poquito más de tiempo a Claire para que pueda hablar. ¿Me escuchás, Claire? Harold?
Harold, can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, let's get started on that. Do you want your slides up?
Can you bring up my slides, please?
Yeah, would you like it? ¿Podemos colocar los slides de
Sí, ahí
I'm
las tiene.
hearing, when I turn on the audio in the Zoom room, I'm getting the Spanish
Okay.
interpretation.
We have you
So-
have your presentation up, Claire. You can
Okay,
start.
Yeah. Please get started,
I
Claire.
don't know what to do.
Can you see your presentation being displayed?
Sí, es la presentación de Claire.
Sí, pero me parece
Okay, I'm not seeing my presentation. Can you
Okay.
bring it up for me,
que
please?
tienen problema con el Zoom. no sé
It's currently being broadcasted over Zoom. Can you not see it right now? It says
Okay,
opportunities for global
I'll just
participation.
begin to speak. Hello, good. Thank you to the SSIG for inviting me to be part of this presentation today. My name is Claire Craig, and I am from Trinidad and Tobago. I am the Secretary of LACRALO. My presentation today is going to be very short. I am going to speak to a little bit about LACRALO, but I know Harold would have covered all of that already. But more importantly, since this presentation deals with opportunities for global participation in ICANN, I will speak to you a little bit more about my journey to the position that I now hold in LACRALO. Then what I will speak to you about are the upcoming opportunities. Can you go to the next slide, please? The upcoming opportunities for participants. Right, okay. So about LACRALO, yes, about LACRALO, you can go to the next slide. Harold would have told you that LACRALO is the Latin America and the Caribbean Regional at-large organization. At LACRALO, participants in the Latin America and the Caribbean belong to a lot of different internet users organizations. And some of the things that will assist you in participating in LACRALO is having an interest in helping to influence the operation, the growth and development of the internet. Another aspect of being able to contribute is having an interest also in contributing to policy activities that influence the technical coordination of the name system. And really and truly, that is talking about being able to have influence on ensuring that the internet remains open and accessible to everyone, to the billions of people across the earth. LACRALO is organized into two main structures, the at-large structures and individual members. Next slide, please. So again, Harold spoke to you a little bit about this. The at-large structures are accredited at-large by ALAC, to ensure and promote the regional users' participation in policy development process in ICANN. And most of you will be familiar with Internet Society, for instance. That is an at-large structure. But in your own community or in your own region, you may be part of an association, and then you can send an application to ALAC to be considered to be part of the at-large structure. All interesting Latin America and the Caribbean civil society organizations are invited to apply and join LACRALO. LACRALO connects civil society organizations representing the interests of the internet individuals and end users in the LAC region. LACRALO also is an opportunity for us in the LAC region to get our voices and opinions heard within ICANN's bottom-up, consensus-based, multi-stakeholder process of global internet development. And that is critical because it gives us an opportunity to speak and be heard in a wider forum and in a wider context than in our own, just in our own region. Next slide, please. So the other type of membership is individual members. Now, remember, this is about the RALOs. This is an individual internet user who may join the at-large community independently without being a member of an ALS. They are known as unaffiliated members. However, in LACRALO, they are considered observers because they are unable to vote. Nonetheless, individual members or observers in LACRALO can participate in all meetings and be part of whatever we do within LACRALO. The only thing is that they cannot vote, okay? So we encourage persons to join as ALSs or as individual members. Next slide, please. Now here is my journey to LACRALO. My first fellowship, I applied for a fellowship and I was given a fellowship to attend ICANN 58, which was a community forum for Copenhagen in March in 2017. I next applied for my second fellowship and was given it to ICANN 59 in Johannesburg in June of the same year. And that got me interested in really participating in ICANN, because for those of you who may not know, the culture and the language of ICANN is like, we have a saying in our country, which is drinking from the fire hose. It's a whole different language and a whole different understanding. But once you get into it, you can make a difference. So I then had my third fellowship, which was ICANN 62 in Panama City in June 2018. And fourthly, I was selected to be a fellowship member at ICANN 64, which was in Kobe, Japan in March of 2019. Next slide, please. Having gone to my first and second ICANN meetings, I decided to join the community of the non-commercial stakeholder group, which is the NCSG, and the subgroup of the non-commercial user constituency, which is the NCUC. My decision for joining that community was because they allowed individual members, whereby, as I said with LACRALO, we had to be, you had to be part of an ALS. So I am part of an ALS. I am part of the Internet Society of Trinidad and Tobago. As part of the NCUC, I was also invited to be part of the Virtual Policy Forum in June 2021, and I participated in the plenary session of ICANN's multi-stakeholder model within the Internet governance ecosystem. So I'm just showing you, these are some of the ways that you can contribute to the to ICANN as a regional individual or an ALS. In May 2021, because I was part of the Internet Society ALS, it was an opportunity for the Caribbean to be elected to LACRALO, and I was nominated for the post of secretary on LACRALO. I was appointed at the ICANN 72 AGM to the position of secretary. And because between ICANN 76 in 2020, ICANN 67 in 2020 and ICANN 73, the ICANN meetings were all virtual. So I attended my first in-person meeting at ICANN 74 as LACRALO secretary in The Hague. The picture is me as part of the multi-stakeholder plenary session. You see me there in the middle. Next slide, please. So now, what are some of the opportunities that are available for you to participate? Our next ICANN meeting is ICANN 76. The Next Gen Fellowship applications, persons are still eligible, can still apply for Next Gen Fellowship. The eligibility is persons must be enrolled as an undergraduate, graduate, or doctoral student. You should be between the ages of 18 and 30 and currently living and studying in the region of the ICANN meeting. So our ICANN meeting is in Cancun, Mexico. So that is part of the Lacralo region. So if you fall within the eligibility of NextGen, please apply. The application deadline is October 24th. So you still have an opportunity to apply. If you need information, you can reach out to any member of Lacralo or the NextGen Fellowship team, and they will guide you in the process. Finally, as part of ICANN 76, the General Assembly will be taking place during ICANN 76. And all primary representatives of ALSs will be invited to attend that meeting. A survey will be going out shortly to ask representatives if they are interested in joining online or in person, because since ICANN 74, all our meetings have been hybrid. So we look forward to seeing all our ALS representatives at that General Assembly. If you know that there is an ALS in your region that has been dormant for a while and you wish to activate it, please speak to your rep and contribute. We really would like to engage all our representatives of the region to be part of the General Assembly. We look forward to seeing you participate in Lacralo, and thank you for giving the opportunity to speak. I now turn the floor back over to Mark for the rest of this presentation. Thanks again.
Claire, it's so good.
Bravo.
Thank you for sharing your journey with us. It's really great that we finally were able to get you. Sorry for the technical inconveniences. Still early days here, back online. Do we have time for questions, or should we wrap up?
Unfortunately, we don't have much time. We already have another panel. We have already Rodrigo and Nicolas here for the next panel about ICANN, and we have a program already arranged with different times. And I want to thank you very much, both of you, and send you our regards here from Buenos Aires. And apologies for the technical inconvenience, but you know, technology is beautiful when it works, and sometimes it's a little bit troublesome when it doesn't. But we are very thankful that you were able to join finally and that you shared all that information. We will share your presentations with the audience. We have an audience here in person, and we have a large audience online, and we will share all that information with them. So, otro aplauso para Claire and greetings from Adrián and Oscar and all the others. Thank you very much,
Muchas
guys.
gracias.
See you virtually. Bye. Bueno, la vida virtual es así, a veces funciona.
Well, the virtual life is like this. Sometimes we have technical issues. I'm sorry. Now we're going to have a panel before lunch. We were going to have Marby. Gordon Marby was going to be here in Buenos Aires. He was going to come to Argentina and also to other countries in the region. But unfortunately, he had some health problems. He is not going to be here with us today. It's not a serious problem, but he wasn't able to travel. So We have Rodrigo de la Parra, who is the Latin American and the Caribbean Vice President of ICANN. He's going to tell us a little bit about it, and we're also going to have Nicolas Antonello, who was a student at the school in Bogota. I remember we celebrated his birthday at the time. It was in April, and yeah, we had a couple of celebrations at school and then at night at dinner. And he's going to tell us some technical issues about the domain name system and the different activities of ICANN as regards that issue. I can't see anything here because of the lights, but I don't know if you already have your microphones on. Welcome, Rodrigo. Thank you for being here. First of all, he's a friend of us. He's from Mexico, a country we love. We want to go there in March, as always. Come here. So the floor is all yours. Thank you. Hello. It's a pleasure to be here in Buenos Aires. I love coming to Buenos Aires, and after not having the face-to-face meetings for a while, it's been kind of difficult, but I'm happy to be here now. And what we need to do is to be grateful that at least we could have online meetings during the pandemic. And of course, this has to do with the platforms such as Zoom or Google Meet or the other platforms, but there is something behind that is called internet. And thanks to internet, we were able to be communicated, and it was like a lifesaver, not only from the economic point of view, but also the social one and cultural one. It was really important to be able to have internet and to communicate. And that gives us the idea that this great technology that allowed us as a planet to be communicated even under such difficult circumstances. One of the most important messages is that we should not take it for granted. Many of us enjoy internet. We always have a connectivity, and when we don't, because of different reasons, is when we realized the importance of it. That's why to study and to analyze internet governance and the regulations is specifically important for us. And that's why in different fields we need to receive training about it, not only to learn, but also because the internet governance means doing things. It's not only, or as we have seen in the previous presentation, we have an invitation to be involved, to be engaged in internet governance. It doesn't matter if you work in the public or private sector, if you're a member of a civil organization, the academia. It's important to be part and to be involved in these decisions that are changing internet day by day. As Olga was saying, I work for ICANN, which is the organization that you have heard in the previous presentation as well. Have you learned all the acronyms already? We're going to give you a test on acronyms. In order to have lunch, you have to answer 10 acronyms that we have seen in Spanish and English, so that you learn to speak ICANNese, which is the language of acronyms. I'm going to try not to use so many acronyms. Acronyms are not very friendly, but I wanted to give you the presentation with Nico about ICANN in the internet governance context. Why ICANN is an important organization as regards internet governance. That is the first message. And then I also want to emphasize the technical role of internet that is vital for the functioning of internet, and that many governments, when they try to correct some internet governance problems, may affect the technical functioning of the network. So we need to try to avoid that. Without getting into the specifics of the domain name functioning, we need to see that in ICANN we have two N's. One has to do with names and the other one with numbers in Internet. Nicolas is going to explain in detail the interaction between names and numbers in Internet and how does it help in general. And within that interaction, the important thing that we need to understand is that every time you want to send an email or to access a web page, or when you are using an app in your cell phones, what you are doing is using this domain name system. DNS are vital for internet to work. Take that into account. And it is also vital to know that although ICANN has a vital role in the coordination of names and numbers on internet, is not the only organization doing this. As regards to DNS, it is a global organization, a non-for-profit one, that globally coordinates many other organizations that make this possible. There are several coordination things that are involved here, and I'm sure that you have heard the name of the ecosystem. Thank you for turning on the lights. I can see the people now, the audience. There's an ecosystem with many organizations in Latin America and the Caribbean. There is one that is called LACNIC, which is the registry for IP addresses in Latin America and the Caribbean. Nico is going to talk about why these IP addresses are so important, and each device that is connected to the internet, the computers, the cell phones, even a fridge nowadays, needs a number. It's like your cell phone number. In internet, those are called IP addresses, and this is so that the machines can get to find each other on the internet. That's why we have an important technical need to keep it stable. If this fails, nobody could meet on the internet, and there's also a need to keep it homogeneous, so that it is the same for a user in Argentina, or maybe a government in Germany, or a business in Turkey, so that everybody uses the same numbers to be identified on the internet. So from the technical point of view, I think that is clear why that is important. ICANN is important within the internet governance context. But there are also two other factors that make it relevant. Back in 2003, 2005, within the context of a summit of the UN, which was the Information Society World Summit, when for the first time governments all over the world were asking themselves who was going to manage internet. Take into account that we are talking 20 years back into the past. Internet was not the same, but it was showing kind of a potential of what was going to be like it is today. So governments were a little bit concerned about it, and actually there are millions of people that are behind this, using their computers, developing new things. For example, search engines. You have heard great stories about how Google or Twitter were developed, these great unicorns, even some Latin American unicorns. And the network is distributed everywhere, so it's not that there's a single person behind it. There are some organizations that operate this network and make it easy to have these business and social interactions. So when governments think about how they were going to control it and regulate it if it was everywhere, there were huge possibilities, and nowadays we are here after 14 years doing this Internet Governance School, trying to understand how we are going to tackle these challenges that we face, which evolve all the time. But in 2003, there was a group of organizations and a global organization that was called ICANN, and they said, well, they are the ones that are accountable for this. They are the ones who can switch internet on and off. It's not like that, but it was what was thought at the time. And behind ICANN, there was a contract with the US government, with the Department of Commerce. So for many other countries in the UN, the government of the US is not a very popular one. So they were saying, how come you have an exclusivity contract with ICANN, and ICANN is the one that manages IP addresses and domain names? It was not very clear. So they said, of course, we have to discuss internet governance and ICANN, and let's see how we can do it. So the fact that there was a contract with the US Chamber of Commerce, it was something that was because of the fact that first it was in the US where this was invented, and the DNS is domain name system that Nico is going to explain in detail, make it that the regulation of internet was even thought about. So part of the discussion as regards internet governance at the time was focused on that. And the other thing, the other reason why ICANN is important for internet governance is that there is a model behind the ICANN that is a multi-stakeholder model. What it means is that all the stakeholders of the internet development should be invited to the discussion table. The private sector, civil sector, the academia, everybody should be part of this decision-making process. And ICANN already works like that. When it was created by the US government, they were saying, okay, maybe we shouldn't be managing the domain name system. We need to develop a global multi-stakeholder organization that could manage this. Thinking about what was going to be about internet in the future. That's why ICANN was created with these characteristics. Now Nico is going to explain how the DNS works, but I wanted to mention that ICANN at the time, it was about governance, but it paved the way for the internet governance guidelines to include this multi-stakeholder component that today still exists, because internet doesn't belong to a government or to a single person or a group of persons or to technicians operating it. Internet belongs to everybody, to the civil society, to users. You have heard the Lagralo colleagues, how they were part of these decisions. So think about it. Today, the Internet governance agenda is comprehensive. Technical topics about Internet are there, but are not the single topics that are discussed. In ICANN, we can talk about technical issues of domain and IP addresses, but there are other topics that maybe you are more familiar with. When we talk about internet governance, maybe we talk about privacy, human rights, free speech, economic issues, fraud, and many other topics. And in ICANN, we help learning about the technical functioning of internet and internet governance. Nico, why don't you come here so I can give you the floor? And let me tell you that when we try to find solutions to tackle some topics such as privacy, human rights, personal data, free speech, we need to consider that those solutions, when they become, when they are adopted, shouldn't damage the open architecture of internet. That is a message that I wanted to give you. Sometimes you need to think about maybe, I don't know, there's a privacy issue, so we should turn it off and that's it. No. We need to take into account that this is internet and it works. So thank you, Adriana and Olga, for the invitation. Also, Oscar. And I'm going to give the floor to Nico. Thank you. Nico, the floor is all yours to tell us a little bit about DNS. Can you hear me? Hello, my name is Nicolás Antoniello. I am the Technical Relations Regional Manager in ICANN. It is like the technical connection between ICANN and the different communities, considering all the stakeholders, as Nico was saying. It's not nice to have these lights in my face, but I think that you are there. I can't stay still, so I'm going to be moving all the time. I'm sorry. First of all, I want to give you a challenge. If you can, please shut down your computer and your phones. Many years ago, I went to a conference, and the speaker was a scientist leading the R&D group in IBM. It was based in Brazil. I don't know if they still have that. And he started his conference talking about sensor saturation,
which is signals sent to the brains from the five senses, and the brain becomes saturated as entertained with the signal of the five senses. The more I send, the more it becomes saturated. And at one point, I'm paying attention, but I'm not really paying attention. Not even what is in the cell phone or what I'm talking about. And if you can Twitter, you can Twitter later on. And if you have to work, okay, obviously, if it's urgent, there's no other way. Now, speaking of how the brain works, some years ago, when we started with the internet, or even before it was called or referred to as the internet, we're going to talk about the domain name system, but let me give you a big breakdown, because the domain name system is even before, tracing back before the internet as such. And at one point, somebody realized that the human brain, for the majority, remembers sequence of words rather than sequence of numbers. In my case, this is true. I barely remember my cell phone, and not everybody's cell phone, so I just look for the number, or I look for, in my diary, the last name, and I look for the phone number I just call. So basically, I speed dial that, and that is what I use in the telephony network for the telephone number to reconnect with another number. In the case of the internet, for devices to communicate with each other, to talk to each other, We use the equivalent of the same number, but to reroute IP addresses that are directly or unique IP addresses that are redirecting devices like computers or whatever. So when I have to talk to a specific number, I don't know what I'm referring to. That's why we have that IP addresses or those protocols. And there's a protocol that is called ERICAS, that you assign the same address to one more device. Yes, that is existing, but it's an exception to a rule. We're not going to touch upon that topic, and that is specifically designed for a purpose that we are going to mention or we are going to bring about in this talk. They have a unique address. What is a unique address? It's not called a telephone number, but it's called an IP address. And the directioning or the IP addressing currently and for more than 30 years before the existence or the emergence of the internet, you have IPv4 and IPv4 or IPv6. Okay, two different protocols. It's not the newer version. These are two different protocols because the basis of which for a protocol to have a new version is that the compatibility needs to go backwards, cannot break or interrupt or discontinue the compatibility. Those protocols, they are not compatible with each other. You have a transition mechanism to interoperate between the protocols or to navigate an IPv6 or an IPv4 environment. Okay, but these are the two standards that are communicating with each other, or by these protocols, basically, they are able to interact. And somebody realized that it was easier to remember words rather than numbers, and that's why we have the emergence of the domain name system, or the DNS. The DNS is the version of the internet of the diaries. So the domain name system basically relies on a system that translates word sequences or domain names in our jargon that are sequence words. Later we'll see how these are created, and the DNS translated that into an IPv4 or IPv6 addresses, and that's inversed lookups. I have the addresses and I want to know the domain name, the same as a phone book, like looking for a number and finding the last name, which is a little bit difficult in the telephony or the telephone book, but in the case of IP addresses, it's very easy. So here you have the emergence of the domain name system to translate DNS or domain names to characters. Laser, yes, works perfectly well. Very briefly, let's address some of the design or the architecture features for those people that standardized this DNS protocol. They thought that they were going to create a system such as this. So the DNS is like a large database, having special features that is distributed geographically. On the contrary to those databases residing on a single server in a single location or site, in the case of the DNS, the information lies in multiple servers, where every server has part of that information, and those servers are dispersed across the world. So this is a distributed database, and the other feature is that management of that database is distributed. So there's no single entity that manages and controls DNS, but the DNS is managed or administered by multiple entities. And there's a mechanism that there's an entity that manages part of the DNS can delegate to other entities the management of other parts of the DNS. So what is the architecture of DNS? Well, the composition is like this. This is called inverted tree. As you see, you have the roots, the branches, and the trunk, so it's inverted, okay? It's great that you have an LED, so if the laser doesn't work, I can point with my finger. So this is a root where the database starts. That's why it's called root. The root of the DNS is where you have the source of that, or the structure of that database that is branching out downwards. The rest of the structure of the DNS. So every single quadrant are called tiers. You have tier 0. That would be the root. It has no name. It has no name. There's no label. There's no way of defining the root. This is defined by a dot. And then we have a first tier, that is tier 1. Tier 1, or top level, that has every single node or every leaf in the tree that is labeled, okay? That label name is called domain name in theory. So what is a domain name? Domain name in the databases of DNS is the label assigned to a leaf in the tree. And you have different tiers. Top level, well, root is the root, node level, top level, second level, and third level. How many levels? Well, we can have 128 levels, which is useless because if I have a system to translate sequences of names of 2 IP addresses and I have 128 words long, it's impractical. Even if the standard establishes a limit, I could have a domain name that is totally qualified, and I could have a domain name at very low levels, like 100. It would be easy or easier to remember the IP address rather than the number, okay, or rather than the domain name. Excellent. Great. These domain names are super original. These are top level domain names. TLDL. So TLDs are top level domain names, and then second level, third level, and subsequently. So either we're going to highlight 2 or mention 2 of them. One is top level generic GLT, like .com, .org, .net, the generic ones, okay? And then we have the domain name or the top level domain names associated to country codes, like CC, TLDs, country code, TLD, top level domain names, okay? All of these rank in the top level of DNS. There we have TLDs and GTLDs. And then we could have branching out as much as you can. The only condition is that every time I go down a level, every time I see or I go to the node, there's one connection. So if I stand on every single domain name, you have one parent. But you could have many branching out. I could have one parent and I could have innumerable branching outs or branches. And I can designate whatever name I want. I cannot put 2 names or 2 same names. So you cannot have, if you have different children from different parents, you may have the same names. For example, here we have 3 with the same names. For example, they have the same label, www. And then you have the domain name that is totally qualified or fully qualified domain name. FQDN, I'm sure that you're aware of this, full qualified domain name. So that is merely the correct way of referring to a domain name. And that is not saying www. Why? Because the domain name that you said www, you say which one. So how are you going to refer to? Reading all the labels, scrolling down until the root separating every single label with a dot. And then you have everything that we know of, that is the totally qualified domain names or correctly qualified domain names. That is, if I would like to refer to this one in blue, the correct way would be www.example.com. That dot that is at the end is always there, even though it's usually suppressed. As it's always at the end, it's usually suppressed, and we never mention the root, but from technically speaking, we have the root. So it's www.example.com, and we don't say final stop or final dot because there's always there. The same goes for mail. It would be mail.example.com, www.bar.com, etc. So we saw what a domain name is, and a domain name that is totally qualified. We have two definitions to go over. We've seen what a domain name is, and it's not the same thing. A domain is another thing. You have to read the label with the points. That is the main name. But what is a domain? Domain in the DNS is something different. It's any label that you may have and all the tree that is downwards. In this example, the domain.com, it would be the domain name com plus the whole tree that is downwards. Everything that is encompassed in the blue line. If I want to refer to the domain example, would be these three. These examples and downwards. In this case, you have this branching out. So domain name is a label and the whole tree downwards. And finally, I don't know if you remember that we said that the DNS is distributed geographically and the administration is in different locations. So the administration of these domain names is given to different organizations, and the administrative designation is called zone. So a zone is an administrative area. It's a set of domain names that are managed by the same entity. So that's a zone. Obviously, a certain entity could manage 1, 2, 3, 15 zones. However, this is a zone. This is just a division when it comes to management. In this example that we have to the right, covers a zone in the dotted line, that is a root, where you have an entity, an organization responsible for managing the root, and that is responsible for the owner of the data in the root, and that organization is ICANN. ICANN is the organization that runs or manages, among other key roles. One of the key roles is to manage and control the roots of the DNS. And that's where we start with the tree of this database, and that's where you have the structure of the DNS. And the top-level domain is delegated to the different domain names. There's one, managing.com, .org, .net. It's not ICANN. The same is delegated to other organizations. Another organizations that may be private or public, depending on who has been delegated the management according to the country code in the different countries. In the case of NIC Argentina or NIC Argentina, manages .ar, and that it depends on the Foreign Office of Argentina. And in Uruguay, for example, this is managed by an agency of the University of the Republic of Uruguay. In some countries, this is managed by an academic organization. In others, managed by the state. Or by any other organization. An ICANN, who's the parent of all the top-level domains, is the one that delegates in its children its management. And after the delegation of a top-level domain, the one that manages that top-level domain is the one that decides to whom and how the management is going to be done, everything that is subject to that domain. So if I delegate the management, that entity has a power later on to delegate the administration of their children. And this is what happens. So in this way, the management of the DNS is distributed. Do you have any questions so far? It's better if you interrupt me and not do it at the end. Please feel free to raise your hands, interrupt me. Let me take the questions, and then we continue. If not, it's going to be boring. Let's see how we resolve a domain name over the internet. In the browser, I type the URL. The domain name is part of the URL, and the browser should show the content of a website in the browser. Before we discuss this, we have two types of DNS servers. In the case of DNS servers, that is the equipment, the hardware, that provide this sort of service, you have two servers. One is that keeps the information or stores, that is for authoritarian servers. Those are the servers that store all this information or database that is distributed geographically. So all these servers that are distributed that store that information corresponding to every zone, this is called authoritative servers. They are the authority or the owners of the zone, and they decide the content and they delegate the management, etc. And then we have other type of servers that are called recursive servers or resolvers. Resolvers are servers responsible for seeking or looking for the information. Instead of the device looking for information or searching for the information like the translation of an IP addresses, the resolvers are delegated with that information or with that power. So the resolvers need to know what IP address goes to the domain name. So it looks for the information in the authoritative servers, finds the information, and gives it to the handheld or to the device. So it's the one that stores. The resolver is the one that looks for. The authoritative is the one that saves the information in a server. Having said this, we have a resolution process. The resolver is the one that finds the information. And that has a special feature that is called cache memory. What is a cache memory in a resolver? It's always looking for this information for data and is retrieving that information to clients. And every time they find and retrieve that information, they save it in the memory. So if the same client asks for the same query, doesn't resolve it again. So they save that search. So that is part of the cache memory. is not saved forever because the information changes, the server will never find out. So that information that is saved in the cache is for some time, and then it is erased. And if I perform the same query, the resolver finds the information again. But when you have that in cache memory, you accelerate the search process. That's why we have cache memory. Now, this picture comes from the site that is there in the link. So it's a screen capture of an example of the root servers and its distribution across the world. So that's a root, not the DNS branching out, just a root. So far, we had 1,557 root servers. That's just for the root zone. The 1,500 servers have exactly the same information, the same replication of information. So if a resolver performs a query, asks any of the 1,500 servers, and it's the same answer. So what is the advantage of having a redundancy of the 1,500 copies? Well, it's more fault tolerant. If one copy fails, no problem. The resolver is going to find the query somewhere else. The 1,500 copies or servers will have to fail at the same time, and it never happened in the history of the internet. How do we update the root servers or the information saved in the 1,500 servers? How do we update these copies? Well, the DNS standard protocol foresees or provides a mechanism that is called XRT to transfer the zone in the servers. You can encrypt the information, it's safe information, so it's inbuilt the same protocol to synchronize and to make copies in between servers. There's a fantasy of reality that Aboriginal peoples update more information than our information. This is the fantasy that we have over the internet across the world. No, it's not a fantasy, but it's not a reality 100% safe. It's not that if I turn on the knob or if I switch the lights, that the energy will arrive instantaneously. No, there's a light speed or the light speed, and then it hits the valve, and it's not instantaneously. With the DNS, it's exactly the same. The synchronization methodology is exactly the same. I mean, there's a sequence of data or updates, so it's not a centralized point in ICANN that immediately every server is updated at once, because some are farther than the rest. So where can I place the server, the primary server? And the redundant copies are secondary, and they are mirror effects of the primary ones. If I place a server in the United States, why? Because they are the ones that are the architects of the internet, and that's how they install it there. End of discussion, period. So the primary server is located there. If I have a single primary server, I have a problem. The rest of the copies are going to be outdated. That's why we don't have a single primary server. The information is copied from one location, from the other, so there's a sequence of synchronization of data, and all the primary servers are synchronized first, and then it's distributed to the secondary servers, and then they're on, etc., to cover the 1,500 copies. It takes milliseconds to do that. So if I make adjustment, I make a query precisely in a millisecond, where there's an update in between the primary and the secondary server, I may receive a different answer of a non-existent domain name, but the browsers, they try again, and then they will see the answer. But there's, I mean, it's not a zero chance that this will happen. It's not instantaneously either, but it's fast enough not to have that in practice of having something out of sync. We have geopolitical questions also. When we had 13 root servers, one in Japan and one in America, one somewhere else, that the servers, people believe that it has certain privileges over the rest and that people would update those servers and not the rest. It's an old-fashioned kind of view, but there's always this question. Before I discuss further issues, let me take that question because it's a great question. Olga is right. It has a geopolitical meaning that becomes very relevant. When we invented DNS, we assigned 13 IP addresses for root servers. Originally, the standard of DNS provides 13 root servers and only 13 primary servers. And there were no secondary servers. Because we assigned 13 servers, we delegated the management of every single server to 12 organizations because there's one that manages 2 servers, and that was the DNS. But internet was not called the internet at that time. So what happened later on? Well, we had the mechanisms to have replications or copies of the root servers. Each organization created or signed agreements with other additional organizations to host a server that would serve as a copy. So everything that is here, and I am sure that you see the distribution across the world, the 1500 are not copies of the same server. You have 1500 copies of the root servers, but some of them are of the first of the 13 or the second of the 13 servers, etc., etc. And then people may argue geopolitically why we have 13 organizations that manage the root zone. It's not that we have 13. Here we're talking about the root zone. The rest is delegated to other entities. But yeah, this is the question, and there are 12 organizations that manage the root zone. Do they have control over the root zone? No, they don't. On the content, they don't have control over it because that is a responsibility of ICANN. So what ICANN does is ICANN supplies a copy of the root zone to every single organization, and the 12 organizations in turn submit the copy to the 1500 servers or copies that are distributed across the world. Who's responsible in ICANN to do this? There's an office in ICANN that is called IANA. IANA is responsible for producing or managing the information in the root zone. I am not going to explain how this works. It will take us a day to explain for the root zone, but there's a contract signed between an ICANN and a private organization that deals with the operation, the primary operation of the root zone that distributes to the rest of the 13 root servers, or the additional 12 servers, or 12 organizations that manage the root servers. One, or that organization is called VeriSign, who's the primary operator of the root zone. So VeriSign distributes that to the rest of the operators or carriers in secondary servers, and adding that accounts for 1500 servers. And this is subject to any protocols, controls, surveillance, and any member of the community can have access to this information of public domain with all the checks and balances that are accessible for the global community of the internet to be connected or as safe as possible, that our queries are performed with transparency and with the necessary safety measures. And there's complexity embedded, obviously, and this works ever since the emergence of the internet. And there have been attacks and queries or hacking, but not a single time in the history of internet was the DNS discontinued. And this is a record for a system. There's no other system that hasn't had a total failure in more than 30 years. This is the only system that prevailed. It requires work from all of us, from the whole community. It's not just a technical aspect. It has a component, public policy, geopolitical components, and essentially a technical problem. Micrófono. Mhm. Another question argued or posed by ICANN is how can this system be vulnerable with quantum systems? I mean, there are no powerful systems that can make this vulnerable. And if there were, how would you protect geopolitically this system? The rest of the audience is going to hate you. I like addressing this, but this is going to take us up to dinner, not lunch. But let me mention this briefly. How do we relate computers with DNS or quantum computer with DNS? Let's see what a domain name is, domain name and a zone, and how queries are performed in the database of DNS by resolvers finding the authoritative server's information until they find the answer. The only part that is missing in order to understand the DNS database is what type of information is saved and how. Is the database having all the bells and whistles and the features, but we haven't seen the information in itself. The data that resides in the database is saved in registrations, or is a cell where I save the information, the data. So every zone that corresponds to domain names are going to have quadrants where I'm going to be, or slots where I'm going to save the information. What are the type of information that I can save? Primarily, there are two features: the IPv4 address associated to a domain name, and IPv4 or IPv6 associated to a domain name. These are the two types of registrations or types of information. These are the two information that can be saved in the DNS database. Why? Because we said that the DNS was a translation mechanism of names to IP addresses. But only IP addresses can be saved in the database. Also, an email, domain name, when you send, for example, an email, Mike says nicolas.antonielo@icon.com. There's nicolas.antonielo at and the domain name or the domain where I have my emails. So my email is in the email server. So the email server corresponds to the domain that is icon.org. But the email server is not icon.org. Maybe it's email icon.org. So that is also saved in domain name server in a different system that is called MX. Then you have the IPv4, IPv6, everything that is associated to a domain name. MX saves the name of an email server. So it's a name associated to an email server. NS saves the authoritative DNS server so the resolver can find that and can perform the queries because it's the one that is saving the information that I'm looking for. PTR is inverted search. That's why I do inverse mapping. We're not going to explain how it works because it will take too much time. And the CNAME is to create alias. I could have a domain name, for example, if I were nicolasantonilo.org. So I can create an alias that could be nicolas.org, and nicolas.org is an alias of nicolasantonilo.org. So I could have the creation of alias as many as I want of the same domain name. So that refers to another domain name, basically. And there are many registrations, 64 types of information, different information that can be saved in DNS, more than 64 registrations of DNS that are possible. And that's where we save information. What is the resolution process like? Brief example. Here we have a device or a phone number. It doesn't look like an iPhone, it looks kind of old. The GUI is different. Probably it's an iPhone 2, iPhone 3. We have a telephone or a smartphone with Safari, and then you type a domain in the browser. So part of it is domain. So I type netflix.com, for example, and I want to be taken to Netflix to watch a movie. So what does a smartphone require to connect to Netflix and to show the option of those movies? It needs the IP address, because the name by itself does nothing. It's like the name in a phone book. You need a number. So all the activity starts with the DNS search. That's why the importance of the DNS, and that's why it refers to as one of the critical mission systems of the internet. Because if the DNS is not working, the internet is not going to be stopped. Now, if the DNS is not working, internet cannot be used by anybody. Technically, it's not discontinued because nobody knows the IP addresses. We all know the names. And when I type a domain name to have access to a website, I need to perform a query to find an IP address. So the device is going to send to a resolver that is pre-configured the query. So tell me what the IP address of www.example.com. The resolver has nothing in the memory, performs a query in the inverted tree. Where do you start? The authoritative servers. Which one? They need to find example.com. So when they know where to start, the query starts in the root servers. So they asked one of the 1500 servers, root servers, and they said, I would like to know what's the IP address of example.com. The root is not authoritative of example.com, it's just the parent of the .com. So the answer is not what I'm looking for. It's not going to provide me with the IP address. The authoritative server, when it doesn't know the answer, is going to approach as close as possible to that response. So the root knows who's managing the .com. So the root is going to reply to the resolver, look, I don't know what you're looking for. However, I can tell you who to ask. So the resolver finds the information and does the same or makes the same question to the GTLD. So the authoritative server doesn't know what the answer is, but is the parent of example.com. So I have .com, so this is the parent of example.com. So what is going to answer through the resolver? I can tell you who's the authoritative server of .com. So it asked the authoritative of example.com, and now that server has the information for www.example.com because one is the parent of the other. It's like a tongue twister, but probably you can study that at home, you can do your homework, and it's so boring that you're going to fall asleep. So the authoritative server of example.com bears that information and answers with the IP address associated with example.com. The resolver saves that into the memory, sends the information to the browser, and the browser has the IP address, goes to the website, downloads the website, end of search of DNS. And then we have the view of the website. Then you have any kind, the same goes for any activity. First, it starts with the query of the DNS, and there you see the critical application of the DNS or the domain name system. Let me briefly address this. I'm going to give you some of the headlines. The protocol is this one. The original protocol did not consider many things like privacy, security, etc., that they were very important and increasingly more important because the internet worked with the goodwill of users or with the community. Just a few organizations and connected servers of what we call the internet. We have hundreds of millions right now with different ends, purposes we have the good guys and the evil or the bad guys. But this works the opposite. Hackers are one step forward and we are staying behind, so we try to catch up. We have breach problems. So to the protocol, we added other protocols that became standardized that add functionalities or features to the DNS. Let me mention very briefly what these are, and let me review and go over them. See, this that is here is a scheme of the whole DNS ecosystem, is what Rodrigo said, the clients, the recursive servers, the authoritative servers, the registrations, the registrants, etc., the clients.
We use this so that you can see each protocol, and these protocols don't compete between each other. These are complementary. So the idea would be to implement the most we can to add privacy resilience to the domain name system. There is a protocol that is called DNSSEC that acts between authoritative and recursive servers. What does this protocol do? Basically, remember the answer of the authoritative to the recursive? Well, that answer, when I have DNSSEC enabled, sends an electronic signature of the answer. And the recursive, which receives the information, can check the signature and to know if the answer is a real one or if it is a fake. Here we have quantic computing. DNSSEC is based on encryption algorithms, public and private key, for the computing capacity of a supercomputer that works in the same way than computers today, which is not quantum computing. The difference between quantum and current computing is that what quantum computer is offering is that the speed for certain mathematical operations that a processor in the computer does is going to be several million times higher. So maybe an operation that takes 100 years for a computer those operations are the ones that would be necessary to break an encryption system like this that DNSSEC is using. And a quantum computer can solve it in a few seconds. So that is going to be a problem. If I can break an encryption code in a few seconds, it's a problem. So what we are working on, and there are some proposals, is encryption systems using algorithms that won't be broken by quantum computers. This is being developed. Anyway, quantum computing that would be accessible and effective is going to take a few more years, probably more than 5 to 10 years. But nevertheless, these algorithms are being developed so as to be ready when it's necessary. So imagine this at the global level. Basically, electronic safety, security is going to change. Goodbye credit cards, encryption, VPNs, DNSSEC. After quantum computers start being sold, these algorithms are being developed and probably are going to be produced at all levels before that technology is available. So don't worry. We know what we have to do. So the best algorithms needs to be defined, tested, and implemented. Security algorithms change all the time. The first ones are already obsolete, so this is an evolving thing, so it's not news, it's not something that was not done, even if it sounds like the far future, it's something that is simple. That is DNSSEC. Privacy. There are two protocols, DO8 and DOT, on HTTPS and TLS. These are protocols that contribute to the DNS. DO8 offers privacy between the customer's device, and the recursive server. That first thing that the client sends to the recursive goes through a clear text. If that is captured by somebody, they could know where I want to go. So what DO8 or DOT does is to encrypt the communication between the customer and the recursive server. So it offers privacy. Nobody can know the DNS that I'm asking for. And this will give privacy. There are other protocols that are between the authoritative and the recursive that offer privacy between the recursive and the authoritative server, and that is called minimization or QNAME minimization. Remember that the recursive server is always asking all the name. So if I activate this protocol, the recursive is going to ask the authoritative what it needs to answer. So it may ask only who is managing the .com. So the server won't know what I'm doing on the internet. In the example that I showed you, the root server won't know that I'm looking for the IP address of www.example.com because it will only send what it needs to be answered. That's why it's called QNAME minimization. This is based on privacy by giving the less information necessary. It's a standardized protocol that can be enabled. We are not talking about hyperlocal, so I'm going to share the presentation so you can read it. A round of applause for Nico, please. Thank you so much, Nico. Incredible. If you want to ask questions during the lunch break, because we don't have much time, and We are going to be starting the next panel half hour later. So we have to be quick with lunch. We need to start the next panel at 1 o'clock. So Karina, I have already told the rest of the panelists that we are a little bit behind. I hope that that's not a problem. And then in the afternoon, we are going to be able to keep up with the agenda. So let's get a picture of the ICANN friends, and we already have the lunch break. So see you after lunch.
Hola, buenas tardes después de almuerzo, con un atraso considerable. Yo organizo estos eventos siempre y no tengo manera de que los horarios sean respetados. En este caso pusimos media hora entre cada cosa, e igual nos venimos atrasando, así que pido mil disculpas a los oradores que están esperando. Espero que el atraso no los complique mucho y acá...
I'm sorry for the delay. We have had a pretty big day during the morning. We had the representative of the Public Information Access Agency, and we talked about many topics. We have several presentations now in the afternoon. I have Danilo Doneda, who is a professor at the Brazilian Institute, our friend Luca Belli. Hello, Luca. Coordinator of the Technology Center in Brazil, Jimena Moreno from Mexico, a professor at the CIDE Mexico, and Jocelyn, with whom I organized the school in Panama. I think that she has a new position now, so I'm going to give the floor to Karina, who is going to be our moderator. She's from Bolivia. Welcome, Karina. Thank you to the members of the panel. I'm sorry for the delay, as Olga was saying, and you're going to have 10 minutes for your presentation each, but let me give you a recap from this morning. We had a representative of the Agency for Data Protection in the morning, and now we're going to see that data, which is the heart of the digital economy, has another fundamental right that has to do with information access. So what we're going to do is we're going to have an overview. Danilo, we haven't met before. We also have Luca Belli and Jimena and Jocelyn. We have shared with Jocelyn the Latin American Network for IT. And I would like you to give us an overview from your countries, because since this is about data governance from the personal perspective, so the regional perspective. So let's talk about privacy, data protection, and also public policies as regards data governance. Let's start with Danilo. Danilo, I don't know if you have a presentation to show us, or if you would like to just speak. I do have a presentation. It's a brief one, and then I can answer questions. Thank you. I'm going to try speaking in Spanish. Thanks for the invitation, Olga Cavalli, and all the members of the school. And the topic that I'm going to talk today has to do with regional perspectives as regards data governance. And I'm going to give you an overview of the data protection development in the Latin American region, and specifically the next steps that probably we are going to be following as regards the data protection acts and regulations, which are key for governance and for AI. We are seeing the first regulations in the region that are starting to be discussed seriously. So as regards data protection in Latin America, in the last 10, 15 years, we have seen an incredible development of the topic. In blue, we see the countries that do have the Data Protection Act, and a huge part of Latin America has Data Protection Act. In 2018, we got the passing of the Data Protection Act, and it is interesting to see that there was, like, in general terms, a legal framework in Latin America through us convergence in data protection acts, which are mostly compatible. Some may be a little bit older than others, but we can see that Argentina, which was the first country passing the act in the region, now has been discussing the act in the last month and started a public consultation process for a new Data Protection Act that is going to replace the 2000 Act. The same Uruguay has had the act for 14 years, Mexico 12, Peru 11, Brazil only 4 years. So we also have, for example, Chile, which the Data Protection Act was passed some years ago, but it's not a general law. So Brazil has passed the law a while ago, but in the last couple of years, since the law entered into force, there was an amendment of this, and the discussion has been going on. This is not something that has a regional standard. It seems to have been a particular development in the region. For example, in Habeas Data Institute that was developed in Brazil, there was not some kind of consolidation between the data protection ideas and practices. What we recently were able to see was the influence of international standards and some adapted standards for the region, for example, with the influence of data protection standards from the Euro-American Data Protection Act. Now that we have had a consolidation of the Data Protection Act in the region and in the world, we can see that what can be developed with data protection would be like the base or the starting point for other regulations that require a little bit more attention towards other matters. One of them is AI, and there are many others. For example, cybersecurity. I don't have much time, so I want to mention the importance of the Data Protection Acts for what we try to do with AI, for example. These are topics that are related. How data protection, which is something that is a comprehensive matter for the public and private sector. And in the case of AI, there are different data protection acts in Latin America which include regulations that are applied, for example, to AI. For example, automated decisions, which are part of our data protection legislation in Brazil, are in the Article 20, and these are rules that are going to be validated and are not rules that are specifically connected with data protection, but with data management for being used with mechanisms of AI, for example, and automated decisions, and that can grant some rights, not specifically about data, but on how we treat those legislations. And what those regulations try to cover have to do with, for example, transparency of the mechanism, the decision-making mechanism, and the review of the decisions. That is included in Article 20 and in many data protection legislations. And that was included in previous laws. In Brazil now, we have a huge possibility in a short time for the country to pass the general law on AI. Last year, we passed the legislation on artificial intelligence that was passed because it was perceived that there was no artificial intelligence general legislation nowhere in the world. So there are some proposals in Europe, but those are not legislation. So in Brazil, we decided to have a commission in charge of direct the or to guide the drafting of the legislation that the senators are going to use as the base for the discussions that they are going to have next year. The current situation in Brazil is that on December 7th, 2022, we are going to have a draft and it is probably going to be considered next year. And we believe that we are going to continue working on this, and in Brazil we are going to have the first discussions on the artificial intelligence legislation. For 2023. Thanks for the time, and now I'm going to give the floor to Karina. Thanks, Danilo, for sticking to the time. Now we are going to give the floor to our second speaker, that is Luca Belli, who is the coordinator of the Society and Technology Center. Thanks, Karina and Olga, for the invitation. I'm going to give my presentation in English because my Spanish is not as good. It's good for maybe a talk with my friends, but not so much so as to give a presentation on governance. But next year, I promise you that I'm going to study in order to give my presentation in Spanish. I'm going to share my screen.
So can you confirm you can read, you can see my, yes, my PowerPoint presentation? All right. Yes. So I'm just taking this off because I'm hearing myself speaking in Spanish. And My presentation, as you can see, is about, it's a more global topic than what you may expect from the previous specialists and the next ones. I guess some of you may wonder why I'm talking about this, but I will explain this in a couple of seconds. So before we enter into the details of the presentation, just a couple of words about my institution where I work. FGV, so I work at the law school of FGV, which is one of the main academic institutions in Brazil, and also now currently ranked as the third most influential think tank in the world out of more than 11,000. I coordinate the Center for Technology and Society, and I direct this project called Cyber BRICS, which is particularly interesting for me and about which I'm gonna speak today. Which analyzes the digital policies of the BRICS grouping, so Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. All the publications, studies, events that we have developed over the past almost 5 years are in free access on this website, cyberbrics.info. And so why BRICS countries are particularly relevant? Well, first, because more than 40% global population lives in the BRICS countries, so 3.2 billion individuals, and more than 2 billion internet users. So actually it's about around 50% of the internet population living in these 5 countries. But then there is another very interesting update regarding the BRICS, especially for Argentina, which is the fact that Argentina has been invited to the BRICS Plus, so this extended part of the BRICS summit where the President Fernandez participated 2 months ago, and subsequently they expressed their willingness to join this club that we can see as a sort of G7 of, or G5 in this case, of the global south. So a club governance model for the emerging world and the majority world, if you want, so the majority of the world that is not maybe well represented in clubs like the G7 that we usually see. And a very interesting point to understand about the BRICS is that it has not been developed to copy and paste other institutions, but to do things differently, as former President of Brazil, Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva mentioned, and also to do things differently in order not to be dependent on traditional bodies, especially financial bodies and traditional global governance mechanism that may not see the interest of the global south as a priority in some cases. Now, how the digital policies enter into the picture of this group? Well, they entered with sort of very aggressive entrance in 2013 due to the Snowden revelations that also include illegal wiretapping of former President of Brazil, Dilma Rousseff. So the consequence of this was, well, not only the promotion of this UN resolution on the privacy and digital age, but also the adoption in Brazil of the Marco Civil Internet, the Brazilian civil rights framework for the internet, and also the start of the second consultation that then led to the adoption of the Brazilian General Data Protection Law. But also the BRICS level, for the first time in 2013, the BRICS leaders include cybersecurity as a key priority in their declaration at the end of their summit. And what is interesting here to see is that they start coordinate their actions in a way that is very different from typical coordination mechanism, governance mechanism based, for instance, on treaties. They start coordinating their actions with building a joint working group on ICT security to exchange information and good practices or bad practices, depending on how you consider them. They define a joint memorandum of understanding to have joint research and development initiatives, and they build their own institutions led by the BRICS, the new development banks, so a development bank. So it's a coordination based on exchange of information, joint research, and joint funding. It's a different model, but very interesting to understand. It's a very good example of what in internet governance vernacular we call enhanced cooperation. It's a process that has never been clearly defined by the UN, but it exists since the Tunis agenda, so the World Summit of Information Society. I'm sure you have heard about this in the previous classes. And this is something that the BRICS themselves have explicitly acknowledged. So their commitment to cooperate on digital governance issues, in particular on data protection, data regulation, also because, let's not be naive, it's not only a question of fundamental rights, of course, it's a question of enormous value, economic value, strategic value that you generate processing data, and personal data are processed by persons. And if 40% of those people live in your countries, you're actually sitting on a gold mine. So it's a very strategic and also economic vision of data regulation that enters at the highest level of the declaration since the Xiamen Declaration 5 years ago, where they commit to work together on cybersecurity and data protection frameworks. And so how are the BRICS regulating data protection? You can find several papers, reports, and even this very nice interactive tool that I'm showing here on cyberbricks.info, where we compare these regulations. We have been doing this over the past years with updating enormously, and I will mention this in a couple of minutes, these regulations, because a lot of innovation has happened over the past 5 years, especially. This paper, it's actually the last publication we added on the website. It will be published officially in 2 weeks by the Oxford University Press. It's a paper I co-drafted with my friend Danilo Domeda, that also is here today, on how this convergence of digital policies leading to a sort of legal interoperability, so compatibility of frameworks in data protection, with regard to data protection in the BRICS countries. So why we are arguing this? On the one hand, you can see, and it will take only a couple of minutes to finish my presentation. So on the one hand, you see major advancements in the BRICS countries, also as Danilo was mentioning, that happened primarily over the past 5 years. So just to give you a very quick picture, Brazil adopted a new general law, created a new data protection regulator, and data protection became a fundamental right only in the past 4 years. Russia adopted a new data localization provisions that have been copied by other countries around the world, and the new sovereign internet law, which is a different kind of development, but worth considering. India also has acknowledged privacy as a fundamental right, is preparing a new data protection bill, and has created a new data architecture, which is extremely interesting because is a protocol, is an internet protocol way of organizing personal data. So not through legislation, but through technology. China has adopted a new civil code with rights, data protection and privacy, a new general data protection law, the people, a new data security law, new sectoral laws in a host of different sectors. We have a publication also on this coming up soon. And last but not least, South Africa has enacted the new general data protection law and created a new regulator, the information regulator. And then there is increasing convergence, also because many of them, let's say, take inspiration from the same model. So we have shared principles in all the countries, a shared set of individual rights in all countries, a very compatible set of obligations for the data controllers and processors of the entity that decide how data are managed. There are convergent approaches on data transfers that are allowed only when the country where the legislation is enacted allows it. So consider the third country as having an adequate protection and therefore allow the transfer. And then there is an increasing shared concern with data security in the context of cybersecurity. And this became very evident only 2 years ago at the BRICS Summit of India. This picture that looks very much like a Tarantino movie advertisement is the BRICS family picture of the 2021 summit, and where the BRICS leaders acknowledged their willingness to cooperate, to implement, establish legal frameworks of cooperation and intergovernmental agreement. So this is a considerable step that was never mentioned before and was reiterated this year at the at the summit chaired by China, where Argentina was also invited in the second part of the summit. Here you can see also the fragment of the declaration where this was reiterated. And just to conclude, legal interoperability, so this kind of compatibility is something that may create a lot of advantages, but also has a lot of challenges. There is a specific paper on this that is going to be published in the report of the World Internet Conference, it is the World Conference on Internet Governance organized by the Cyberspace Administration of China, that will be published in 3 weeks. And also, if you are interested in how this will evolve, I suggest you stay tuned and you check our website, because we have several publications, books, and special issues that will be released in the next couple of months about this issue. Thank you very much, and sorry if I took too much to finish my presentation. Thank you very much. Yes.
Gracias. Gracias, Luca, por respetar también el tiempo. Vamos a dar paso ahora a...
For sticking to the time now, I'm going to give the floor to Jimena Moreno, who is going to give us a perspective from the financial point of view. I don't know if you are going to share a presentation or if you are just going to speak.
Or shall we discuss it over a Q&A, Jimena? Let me see if I can share the screen. I can share the screen. Yes. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for the invitation, for allowing me to speak here, especially Olga Cavalli, for having invited me to participate in this conference. First and foremost, I would like to give you an overview of what internet governance is like in Mexico and then in the region. We're part of the Convention 108 for the Council of Europe for personal data protection, automated systems, and its additional protocol. Just a few companies have incorporated this. I believe Uruguay, Costa Rica pretty soon. Mexico is part or member party of this convention that requires further protection of personal data. Now, personal data protection, just like privacy, our human rights are enshrined in our Constitution as part or as such. And just like in the right to internet access. Now, based on these premises, out of all the evolution that we have seen in technology and in artificial intelligence, I would like to describe what the situation is of Mexico is like. That is the financial digital system, and I bring this to the table precisely because the use of artificial intelligence and data science has been evolving and has impacted on the market. We have noticed that there's a new change in the market since we create new financial products by reducing costs. We create more skills, and the regulation of the marketplace also plays a key role. Now, with the offer of financial services in Mexico and in other parts of Latin America because of the pandemic, and right before, we started with online banking, the fintech companies that have been evolving with artificial intelligence that are paramount. But as good technologies, we have cybersecurity, identity theft, personal data protection. So we came to realize then that when we started development of artificial intelligence and large disruptions that we have witnessed in technology, this brings about inequalities that are pretty significant. That's why I will bring this to the table. Here I brought some statistics that revealed in Mexico the use of the financial systems. And let me call your attention because this will lead to interesting reflections. Savings are in recess, are lying behind. There's a structural difference against women. Here we can see a discrimination against women. In Mexico, the population increased by 31% out of a total of 7.8 million people. That's between 2018 and 21. These were people that are out in the formal market without any savings, so there is some kind of exclusion, and 4.5 million of them are women. Now, when we consider technology in the formal market, men share by 70%, by women's share increased by 15%, so there's an important digital divide. First, women are excluded out of the financial markets because they have no savings, but when we include them through technology, instead of having bridging the gaps through technology, what we found or came to realize is that men's share increased 70% in contrast to 15% of women. The gender-based divides are in many savings because women saved part of their salaries, a part of their wages, and much less than men. And they allocate those resources or savings to food and basic services. This is important, you may be wondering, because why does this have to do with technology? Well, technology may close its gaps. And what we are seeing is larger participation in the economy, especially in the formal part. We talk about pension fund retirement, we talk about decent standard of living benefits, social benefits. So we have to use technology for inclusion. And with the case of digital financial applications, men increased by 170% more than women. Women accounted for 70% of the increase. So it was 5 times more women taking a sample than men, and they increased 170 more than women. In payroll has important differences, since the labor increase or the job increase accounted by 16% in men, but only 2% in women when it comes to home banking and technology. We are still even further displaced in line with the statistics. On top of that, when we talk about the formal job creation, and when we start asking for loans, there's an increase. I mean, there are people that are out of the market by 18% and isolated to smaller populations. We can witness that the gap is even deeper, it's even larger. So what's the most important thing here? Well, that we should include the most vulnerable sectors of society. In this case, the women are vulnerable sectors of society like technology and applications, because we see women behind, the elderly especially. The same thing goes for the elderly, because it's women where they start witnessing this digital divide. Public policy and data governance for inclusion is not really effective, it's not really considered. As a matter of fact, we don't create governance or guidance with gender-based guidance or rules. And as technology and the economy evolve so rapidly, we are going to have a setback or a delay in this kind of concepts. What happens with personal data right now, or personal data protection? This survey has revealed that the vulnerabilities against identity, savings, credit card cloning are increasingly significant or increasingly more. And this hits women because these women do not file claims in the bank subsidiaries. It's the men who fight for their savings or identity thefts. Here we're speaking not only financial education, but also a technological education, because the most vulnerable sectors of society is not only women. I am talking about Aboriginal peoples, the elderly, well, they're totally unprotected because of this technology. So the regulation of these services are not considering this part and parcel that is getting behind or is leaving behind. Even though technology is breaking the glass and opening new paradigm shift, opening markets, and creating a better GDP, at the same time it's creating inequalities. So I wanted to bring this to the table. This survey reveals that internet governance and public policy should close not only the digital divide, it's not enough. Closing the digital divide is just a major step for everybody to have equal access. However, learning the use of this technology and include the most vulnerable sectors of society will require or will imply the democratization of artificial intelligence use and use of technology. If we follow suit, we're going to have deeper gaps. Because of the pandemic and the statistics that has been revealing, we notice that inequalities are rampant and we're still widening this gap. So if we continue this course by creating technology, it is important, like home banking is very important, like for example having loans, bank loans. This is leading to external factors that are totally detrimental to users. So it's very important not only to using it but also the same but also training these people. And I haven't seen this much discussion in congresses or conferences when we talk about the 108 Convention, law data protection, and especially with the TELMEC, that is the free trade agreement with the United States and with Canada. There's a specific chapter on electronic commerce, and that deals with data or personal data protection as an important item of the agenda for North America. However, I haven't seen who is set aside from this technology. And what we've seen in congresses and in the academic world, has to consider gender-based opportunities, including the most vulnerable sections of society. If not, we're going to have deeper inequalities, and they will be impossible to eradicate. So technology should be a factor for growth, for equality, for creating the same opportunities, equal opportunities. So what I've shown here so far reflect or reveal many things, and that is why I wanted to mention this. Discussions should also address other things like other stakeholders. So technology could be inclusive, could involve a human factor. If not, we're going to be struggling with inequalities that are going to be deeper and opening this divide even further. So far so good. I think that I have covered most of the items. But the takeaway is this. In the financial digital sector, after the survey that I just brought to the table, there's a wider gap in terms of savings, having access to loans, especially access to home banking. So if we're set aside some sectors, not only are we setting aside savings, but also formal jobs and be part of a formal economy to have access to social security. So a large part of the population we feel that is excluded. Internet governance cannot look the other way. To develop this, it has to include technology. However, we should protect with inclusion to all the sectors, half of the population, that is women, and those people that are unprotected or uncovered by technology, because if not, it's going to be a tool of inequality if we start looking the other way. I would like to thank Jimena Moreno, Professor of SIDE, and right now I'll give the floor to Jocelyn Pos Castro, President of Tech of Panama. Good afternoon, Karina. Thank you very much. I would like to extend my gratitude to Olga and Adrian for organizing this. That has gathered so many stakeholders, so many people that are interested in getting to know how we handle this or how we tackle the issues related to internet governance. Let's do this as a discussion. I'm gonna do it in Panama and data protection and how this is affecting access, because what Jimena has done is a great introduction. We are replicating these key messages, the key message across the region. We have the same stories, but with different locations, basically. Let's see if we can start with a story. It happened to many of us, to many of the girls. We wrote in diaries, we expressed our feelings, what happened today in our daily lives, and we became frustrated if somebody read the diary. However, now what happens is the opposite. We publish everything on the internet and we post, especially those that have access, and we become frustrated when that is overlooked. So it's a dilemma the way we changed. That information is either read or not read in an openly fashion. And as digital citizens, we provide this data without knowing what the impact is going to be like. But it has a reason. On what grounds? Who is teaching us that that information that is owned by any citizen, it's a right of their own, it's an asset. Nobody tells us. I mean, there's no awareness that is raised where the citizen is told that providing that personal data is a right where he may decide whether he'll provide it or furnish it or not, to what extent, what is the deadline, what is the purpose of providing that data, etc. And this has led that we became a black market of information where this is dealt and the human right is infringed because we want to protect any personal data that identifies or relates to a person specifically. So we want to we want to have the right to promote and to exercise that right. We passed the law of personal data protection dating back to 2019. And let me say that we had previous regulations that intended to protect, by some way or another, data protection. For example, Section 42 in our Constitution provides that everybody has the right to have access to this personal information as it is contained in databases to protect, to suppress information. So it's not only legislation that has passed or that was enshrined in the Constitution or treaties like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights at the United Nations. So data protection is very important because we went further with governments with the transparency law number 6, when we started addressing habeas data, and we have some confidential information that is being dealt and which data has been reserved or safeguarded. However, there's another cluster of legislations that tell Panama the way that they should go about with personal data protection, and that is eventually leads to the 205 data protection law. Even though this law is new for Panama, we were one of the last countries that joined the legislation of data protection. And this leads to raising awareness and providing the necessary training, not only of the citizenry, but also corporations and the public sector of the way they should treat the data and the policies that should be made in this regard. As a corollary, I can tell you that there was a lot of personal data protection, and recently a proposal where an amendment was made by the telecommunication or the communication media, because they considered that every time you have the data protection is in line with the right of the journalist, understanding that there's an awareness of the right of expression or freedom to speech and personal data rights, they need to coexist in a well-balanced way, requiring training for these sectors to get to know the appropriateness or the proper use of information to maintain personal data as a human right of third generation. Let me take this concept because we are talking about the development of artificial intelligence and the way we treat this large volume of data or big data that can lead, if we don't develop artificial intelligence effectively, to discrimination. And that is why in Jimena's presentation we notice a very good introduction, because there's a reality that should be widely discussed and that should be debatable, and that is in connection with the digital divide. Why? Because data protection cannot be seen from the perspective on the use of technology, but on the use of the basic technology, and that is writing on paper. We do have different divides, and even though Jimena described them, that were related to women, there's digital divide, there are geographical divides, where we can extrapolate important data, because usually big cities have more access to technology rather than far corners of the country. And within the urban centers, we have hot spots that they do not have access to technology. And if I have or run into a situation where I have an individual that is a minor and that lives in a hotspot and cannot go to school because there's a gang right across the street and kills the schoolboy, and he cannot have access to tele-education because he doesn't have any access to technology, there we have a situation or a challenge that needs to overcome. As Jimena well explained in all those topics related to gender-based equality, women are seen in situations as housewives, with elderly care, with family care, and in many of the policies we do not include, because as a matter of fact we have clear statistics, we do not include these women as professionals, and they are not taught, or we don't explain to women that they can contribute to the technology world. That is why we conduct workshops where we invite women to take part in the technology world, in cybersecurity, since we fall prey, given some situations like extortion, sharing information, whether it is private and consented, and some other actions. Now, the economic aspect, as Jimena well explained, is very important. Why is that? Because if I had a chance to explain, and as a matter of fact, this was a challenge that we came to overcome a few years ago. And we were told that we were promoting technology, but what happens with the poor that they do not have access to that technology? And what happens to the citizen that doesn't have anything to eat, not even for breakfast? And you intend to teach them technology. And later we're going to see the citizens and the takeaway. We do not see any other vulnerable group in technology than the elderly. they fall prey of malfeasances since they are not aware of technologies and they fall prey of malfeasance. They are discriminated because they don't have any access to information or to news, or they do not have access to communicate sometimes with their relatives, telecommunication, telemedicine, and to express their own opinions sometimes. It is important to determine who are these vulnerable groups because, yes, we are discussing that women are part of this sector and minors as well. However, this scenario or the scope should be broadened and include the elderly, people with disabilities, people that are in poverty, migrants, because our region has received a barrage or waves of immigration that come from Argentina to get to the United States. And there's a large number of situations that are probably have come to turn into nightmares. There are abuse, people die, abuse of human rights, and there are statistics that are never told. There are policies that are never developed for illegal migrants. There's also people that are part or fall prey of offenses or crimes, or people that are deprived of their own freedom. It may happen that they may be vulnerable, and you may have cross or transversal vulnerability. I could have the elderly that could belong to a minority, or people with disability, or somebody that is deprived of their freedom, that is a minor and is poor at the same time. So we should establish the necessary policies to implement these actions, and we shouldn't set aside technology development, maintaining the digital divide, and maintaining that digital divide into consideration, as it was previously mentioned. You had a chance to analyze during the pandemic to see how we approach the technological applications. In Panama, we had a boy that tried to pick up the signal and climbed the tree to try to go online. And that was replicated in the media. And the same example replicated in Siberia, in Italy, in Argentina, where everybody was interested in learning. But how could they go or solve or overcome the challenge if they had no access to internet? It was a right, a basic right, and that inspired to Ameriton Robles, who is a Panamanian poet that wrote something that is beautiful. Said he climbed up to the tree with a cellular, trying to connect with a network of teachers. A great challenge to find other celestial bodies in the blue skies of his notebook. He is well balanced with some pencil, pads, cell phones, and there are other children that they drown in a dream. This demonstrates or is a clear signal that sometimes we operate in a feeling of emptiness. And we said, okay, that needs to be added to the vulnerability of the most vulnerable sectors of society because we're missing from that. Yes, we know who the actors are: Nubis, Poseidon, Shivas, Buddha, or Jesus. But what may happen if we talk about the choose YYB, Pachamacha, Duracocha, Shemansha, Watala, Shango? I mean, we need to know who these gods or deities are because the examples have been taken to the movies, and as we don't know the culture, there is emptiness or gaps in customs, in dances, and music, and literature, in world knowledge, and in history. This information is not contained in technology, so countries are making policies without having the right information. we need to develop some opportunities, and the technology team needs to open these kind of spaces, organizing conferences or workshop to develop tools so we can bring together all parties or stakeholders so everybody could be included with their own perspectives. As corporations, we need to see beyond that. Let us see training in technology, having these congresses or workshops, so where the state could play a key role by making laws, statistics that will allow or facilitate to take action. And at the same time, to create infrastructure to protect those stakeholders that are set aside to bring them here, to include them in the technology, in non-discriminatory policies, and as citizens to increase the participation of women, people with disabilities, minorities, of our Aboriginal peoples. Olga knows this full well. We still have power in the digital world. We should have the child power or protection because children share sometimes naturally their personal data on social media and to file the necessary claims. I think that my time is up, right? But I have covered all the content that I intended to convey. These are the concerns and the takeaways that will allow to open further dialogue and bringing these people together because I'm sure that the stakeholders will provide us with world knowledge, history, know-how, and especially a humanizing factor of the digital world where we want to live. Right now, we will have the Q&A. Do we have 10 minutes? Okay, 10 minutes, and we will take those questions.
I don't know if there are questions from the audience. We do have a question here. Can you introduce yourself? Can you hear me? My name is Lucia from Argentina, and I wanted to ask Lucas if you have an idea of the estimated impact for Argentina if it becomes part of BRICS.
I'm going to reply in English. It's very difficult to foresee now what would be the entire impact of this. It is obvious that it would facilitate enormously trade and governance mechanism that already exists. Let's do not forget that most of the BRICS countries are already some of the main trade partners, for instance, of Argentina, and like Brazil or China, for instance. But in terms of digital policies, I think this would not have any dramatic effect, also because Argentina has already other priorities, like, for instance, reviewing its data protection law in a way that is very compatible with the European framework. So I think it, in my view, it would be beneficial for Argentina because it would open a new avenue for international debates and potential of strengthening trade and governance agreements with countries that are enormously important already in today's governance and trade dynamics, and will be even more relevant, especially if you think about India and China in the next decade. And hopefully, I really hope also Brazil, hopefully as of next year with a different administration that likely will consider both Latin America and BRICS as top priorities for international governance. Thank you.
Gracias. ¿Alguna otra pregunta? Aquí, por favor, aquí atrás. Si puedes presentarte.
Any other question? please introduce yourself. Good afternoon, can you hear me? My name is Mónica Gómez from Colombia. My question has to do with data governance. It's kind of difficult to apply it to different areas, for example, from the financial perspective. Nowadays, inequalities may not be considered as regards, for example, gender equality or the gender gap. I don't know if there are regulations or international regulations in which those topics are included, or what should be the main topics or the main steps in order to avoid that. So your question is for Jimena? Yes. Thank you. It's a very good question. It's very relevant. And since the system, the technological system, is guided by the use, of course, it may be possible that this is left out, or the vulnerable groups such as the gender gap is going to be left out. I don't know, in the region, some of our colleagues in Mexico have been working on this, but there is no cybersecurity legislation or guidelines to start having legislation that defines technology with a gender perspective, or including the most vulnerable ones. There is no much bibliography about it, but what we are seeing are different numbers that are starting to show this digital gap. And here I believe that the governments need to start talking about these topics, because when we start including that, the market is going to turn into those topics. And I think that the academia is important here, the civil organization or civil society organizations, that they work together to develop guidelines for gender perspective in order to include it in technology. And it is something that we need to work in. We are kind of a little bit behind at the global level, and I believe that now all of you doing maybe research or something, you have a lot of data in which the digital gap is mentioned as regards health or the financial system and the most vulnerable groups. So we need to start developing this in coordination with companies to start designing the tools that could close that gap and the inequalities that exist, and that should be part of the public agenda. Thank you. Are there any more questions? Two more questions. If you can tell us who you are asking, please. Good afternoon. Thank you. My question is for Jocelyn. My name is Diego Cajade. I'm from Uruguay. I work towards a public policy of inclusion of elder people in the digital technology, and data governance and digital citizenship is something that we have been mentioning a lot, but we need to also minimize risks. So I'm interested in getting to know which are the strategies or what is the experience in the region for the Inter-American Convention of the Rights of Elder People with the Digital Convention. Thanks for your question. I can tell you that from the policies that are being developed in NGOs, which are doing some work on a network in which I participate, we are working on awareness campaigns with elder people. And we have also been doing some work on the judicial automated system, so that there's a visibility of seniors, for example, there. Because, for example, when there's a legal process that may extend in time, we need to make it more, or we need to improve it so that it can help the specific group that you are talking about. I don't know if there are any other experiences as regards that, but I believe that it is a group that is vulnerable and that is being left out. And we need to work on that because they are vulnerable as regards technology, and we need to help them and to be more sympathetic towards that group as regards technology. I hope that I answered your question, but to my knowledge, there are not too many experiences as regards that. In the NGOs that I've been involved with, we have been talking about doing some work as regards that. I think that Costa Rica is also working in those tools that I mentioned. Now we're going to have the last question from Honduras. Can you introduce yourself? My name is Sandy Palma. I'm from Honduras, and this is a question for all of you, actually. Which do you believe is the main challenge in the region as regards data protection in our countries for the government sector as well as for the private sector? I would like Danilo to answer this question because he's an expert on personal data protection and he visited Argentina recently. I don't know, Danilo, if you can help us with that question. Yes, Karina, thank you. That's kind of a difficult answer. There's a situation in which there's been a lot of debate on the standards on data protection in many countries, Brazil, for example, and also as regards the general clauses for personal data transfer on the Ibero-American network that now is being suggested as something that the countries in Latin America may include in their legislation, a kind of a regulatory harmonization among countries in the region as regards data protection. For example, today, the GPA conference program was published that is going to be held in Turkey in November, and there's a public session specifically for that. And I believe that is important because data transfer may be something that is always being talked about. And the flow of data between Europe and the US, that is the biggest in the world, has been on the discussion for 10 years. They are talking about rules and regulations that are not enough. And it would be interesting, not only for integration of Latin American countries, but also as a precedent for harmonization that could be important at the global level. And that is something that I would pay attention to next year. And if we are able to transform a Latin American standard, maybe that could be the first part of a bigger integration in other parts of the world. Thank you, Danilo. And now we're going to finish this panel. We are on time. I want to thank all our members of the panel, Danilo, Donena, Luca Belli, coordinator of the Society and Technology Center, FGB Brazil, Jimena Moreno, professor of CIDE Mexico, and Jocelyn Bon Castro, president of Apandetec Panama. Thanks to all of you, and a round of applause for you. Thank you all. We have done some changes to the agenda. We have Mr. Malco Sal here and the rest of the panelists. So Christopher Painter's speech is going to be postponed, and we're going to delay a little bit the coffee break so that we can start this panel on time. Can we give Mr. Sals the microphone, please?
No hay programa. No hay programa. Doctor Sal, bienvenido. Un gusto tenerlo acá y además aprecio mucho que las personas que viven en Buenos Aires vean.
It's a pleasure to have you here, face to face. It's important to meet face to face, such as was the case for Ms. Antarena this morning. It's important to be in contact with the audience, and we appreciate it a lot. Mr. Salt is a very important person as regards this topic. I know that you don't have much time, so we thank you so much for being here. And we also have an important panel. Gonzalo has COVID, so he couldn't be here. Gonzalo Garcia Belenguer, he's Spanish. He worked in 60 in the OAS for a long time. We organized the Cyber 6 School in 2016 in OAS. But he has COVID and he's not feeling very well. But we do have Carrie Ann Barrett, who is the 60 OAS coordinator, who is based in Washington, and our friend Vanessa Fusco, who is in Minas Gerais in Brazil. And Maritza, that is our friend from Peru. Thank you, Marisa.
¿Me escucha? Porque ella tiene que escuchar el canal de español en YouTube. Ok. Ok, Maritza, ¿me escuchas bien? Me parece que no me escucha nadie. ¿No?
Marisa, can you hear me?
I can't hear you, Olga, just that the English translation is delayed.
Thank you. Carrie Ann, for you, if you want to follow the translation.
Carrie Ann?
The YouTube channel, and there's a slight delay, but you can handle that. I'm sure about that, and I'm sure that Vanessa and Maritza and Marcos are bilingual, so you don't need to. No necesitamos. Okay, Maritza, todo tuyo, y gracias por estar todos aquí con nosotros.
Thank you, Olga. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Thanks for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here in this important panel with a very interesting topic that we are going to address. So I'm going to introduce our panel, Mr. Marcos Solt, Carrie Ann Barrett, and Vanessa Fusco, who are here with us today to talk about this important topic, that is international regulations in cybersecurity and cybercrime. Cybercrime is a huge, persistent problem that has been relevant in the last years. There have been different attacks that are focused on different fields, and here we need to highlight the international law in cyberspace. As the name of the panel indicates, we are going to be talking about international regulations in cybersecurity and cybercrime. We have coordinated this panel, and I am very pleased to be moderating it. And first of all, we are going to listen to Mr. Marcos Solt, who is going to talk about the new challenges for international cooperation as regards cybercrime. Thank you. Marcos, the floor is yours. Can you hear me? Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. And as I was saying, Olga, even if sometimes you need to make an effort to be here, it's so important to have these kind of panels and these kind of talks. We need to contribute to this. And I want to congratulate you on organizing these kind of schools. It's a pleasure, Carrie and Vanessa. I have had some panels with Vanessa already. We don't have much time, so my idea is to try to give you an overview of the problems that I see, or that I identify, like old challenges in international cooperation as regards cybercrime and the new challenges. The old challenges, maybe you all know about it, but those are challenges that we are still facing. And the new challenges have to do with things that are being added as regards international cooperation. So I'm going to give you some ideas. I'm not going to be able to talk about all the problems in 15 minutes, but I'm going to give you just a couple of ideas. I'm not going to talk about cybersecurity. I'm going to talk about cybercrime. I know that these topics are related, but it's not the same to talk about cybercrime and cybersecurity. Actually, an active cybersecurity policy is going to influence in having not so many cybercrimes, but these are different legal frameworks, and there are some specific details that we need to talk about. So think about this so that we can have a discussion. But one of the important things that we are discussing as regards international cooperation today is that if we are going to continue analyzing cybercrime as a separate issue from cybersecurity, at the international level, when we talk about the Budapest Convention and the UN proposal, you are going to notice that the big difference between both is that one has preemptive policies connected to cybersecurity, and the other one has to do when cybercrime has already taken place. So, is this difference so important for the future of Internet? Yes. I'm going to mention some of the reasons now, but we are talking about things that, although have to do with a legal framework, there are some economic and political consequences. If we allow governments to have a previous control, we're going to have a more controlled Internet. If the government is going to be acting after a cybercrime, we're going to be talking about specific crimes, and the government is not going to be doing some excessive control on Internet. Those are two different ideas, so we need to analyze the problem of cybersecurity and cybercrime. When we talk about international cooperation, let's talk about the old challenges. We are talking, from my point of view, of a paradigm shift as regards the legal framework in international cooperation. Those who work with international law and changed a lot with the digital era, since it became something important And the evidence that I can use, for example, the digital evidence that I can use, the same took place in international cooperation. And also because we are not talking only about cybercrime, but also digital proof has been included in any kind of crimes. There are digital proof or evidence in digital evidence in all kind of cases. And this digital evidence that was in one country, now it is in the cloud. We don't know where it is. Actually, of course, we know that the cloud is kind of a fiction. It's there somewhere. As an old professor used to say, it's not that we are losing the place of that, but we don't know where it is, but we know that it's there somewhere. So this gets us to have the digital evidence as a transnational evidence. So we do have it in electronic devices, but also in hostings that may be outside our jurisdiction, but pose a challenge for international cooperation. We have been talking about this in previous schools, and those are like old challenges that have to do with data access. And for example, if I am in a certain country and I need information that is in another country, which are the ways of having access to that information? Well, we have the possibility of having access with the device that I'm going to be registering. For example, if I have Adrian's computer, I am doing an investigation and I see that he has information in Dropbox or Facebook, and what I do is I do a registry extension and I get the information there. I can get the information without the device with some mechanisms. For example, somebody tells me that Adrian has all the information in the cloud and I have his user and password. So I do it from a computer and I have access there. And then everything that has to do with informal cooperation or asymmetric cooperation, that has to do with cooperation from Microsoft, Facebook, Google. We are talking about the US, not European countries, because they are not going to be giving us that information. And the same case would be in Argentina, because the Argentina legislation wouldn't allow that. These are problems that we have been having for more than a decade, and that's we need to try to solve, because this creates a paradigm shift. Even in multilateral or bilateral treaties, you're not going to be seeing chapters about digital evidence. And since there are no mentionings of the digital evidence, this is not efficient. So we are like talking about the difference between the technological common sense and the legal sense. For the technological common sense, there are no problems in order to obtain those evidence, but from the legal point of view, we still based on national sovereignty. So we are trying to apply the national sovereignty principles to internet, which has no borders. So that creates lots of problems, and there are many informal mechanisms of cooperation. Any kind of informal cooperation, for example, Interpol, that will send you some data through a police officer. An attorney in Brazil would send information to a friend, an attorney friend in Argentina. So what is the problem here? The possibility of making those processes null and void. This is something that has been going on for a while. And now we do have a new problem that I think is important, that has to do with the fact that when technology improves, for committing crimes and anything that has to do with encryption, the possibility of searching the internet in a hidden way, the possibility of having AI creating fake profiles, and some kind of problems for those who have to investigate crimes. And this has created new tools. And if I have, for example, governments that cannot investigate, for example, I have information that Adrian is doing some money laundering, for example. Sorry, Adrian. Now we will have to, I may be an accomplice. Let's imagine that I have that information and I have access to Adrian's computer, but he has part of the information in the cloud and is encrypted. Or maybe I get crypto assets. Then that is another level of difficulty. Let's imagine that I have everything. What can I do with that? All those problems that are part of this new problematic have made governments to look for new investigation tools. If we take some basic information, we have the undercover digital agent, the Trojan programs used by governments, the big data now seeing techniques in a more comprehensive way than in the past. So we do have some investigation tools that we can use. So if I ask somebody to be an undercover agent in order to investigate a group that is selling drugs on internet, it's going to be very difficult to tell the undercover agent that he is working for Argentina only. And if I decide to use a Trojan program that is enabled in the US, in Germany, in Italy, Portugal, do you think that the Trojan is not going to be coming to Argentina because we're going to be asking it for a passport? Of course not. So this is creating a lot of new problems. And what I am discussing now in Europe has to do with the EncroChat case. I don't know if I have time, Olga. In that case, probably it is the most efficient investigation in the last 50 years. It has to do with using a Trojan with a French judge that was able to get a lot of communication from all over Europe, and they were able to get one of the organized crime organizations. We are talking about really bad people, and a lot of them. We are talking about drug trafficking, murder, and a lot of crimes that are involved there. Of course, evidence was found in many countries, and nowadays those evidences are being introduced in court, and there are a lot of problems, of course. A judge in Berlin said that the evidence was null because he said that he wouldn't accept it in Germany. So when they realized that it was going to be a very complex issue, they said that they were not going to act against a French judge decision. So all the data that they found about German citizens are kind of not involved. So when you talk about the EncroChat case, they acknowledge that it's very difficult to continue with that, but there's an international need to regulate the cooperation convention. So let's talk about the situation, the global situation. The most important step probably has to do with the second additional protocol for the Budapest Convention this year. that is important for Argentina because Argentina is a member country, but also for the region, because if we think about the region, with Brazil now being part of this and Uruguay as well, and Mexico that is all the time trying to continue working on this. If we think about what happened with the second additional protocol, everything that I have mentioned was part of the agenda and everything was analyzed in the meetings that were held. And I was lucky enough because I learned a lot by being part of one of the groups. And when we started talking about personal data and the difference between the US and the European countries, the opinion of the different countries, which was the result? We were able to solve a lot of things. For example, asymmetric cooperation, the fact that an attorney in Argentina can ask a provider in Chile or in Germany, that was solved through a mechanism that would ensure data protection. But as regards the new challenges, in the drafting, there was included something about undercover internet operations for transnational evidence. And this kind of steps were not agreed upon. And we have already drafted the articles. So there were 66 countries included. Argentina was part of that. And those countries, many countries said no. So from the point of view of the interpretation of the rules, I can say, well, this is something that is going on. But in the text that was published in May, there's a part that says that there was no agreement upon countries because countries were not able to agree that an agent in a country could get information from another country. So when we see that those challenges were not solved, the registry extension that I was talking about, which seems to be something very simple. If I am working on a case here in Argentina and I have a connection through the cloud to another country, a regulation that was mentioned that offers some different provisions, and it was not agreed upon and it was left out. And this is something that in Argentina and in many countries in the region takes place every day. But for example, if you go into my Facebook or my Dropbox account, you're not going to have a problem unless, or Adrian's account, unless he is a CIA agent and we don't know about it. But imagine that you do it with an FBI agent. Do you think that the US is going to take it as something that is okay? If you do that and you don't have the authorization of the American authorities, that is going to be a crime. It's going to be legitimate access, illegal access. So the old and new challenges require a kind of articulation in order to modify the international cooperation conventions. And we need to debate that cooperation. The second protocol was an improvement. I believe that new challenges were not solved there. And I believe that the UN Convention won't solve it either, because if there was no agreement between among the 66 member countries, more difficult it's going to be when you have to include the US, the European Union, Russia and China in the same table discussing this. I don't imagine China saying that if an undercover US agent is investigating, they can do it, or the other way around. That is not going to happen. So these kind of problems are going to continue. And we need to pay attention to this. There are, for example, some FBI agents that were prosecuted in Russia for this. So we need to pay attention to this, and we need to try to continue working and to promote discussion among countries as regards this, and to try to reach agreements. I believe that I stick to the time. It was very interesting, and it seems to be such a complex issue. I imagine that the drug dealer lawyers have a lot of resources and a lot of tools. For example, Adrian's lawyers, attorneys. Nowadays, what I have been seeing in Argentina, Colombia, Chile, there are still not so much activity from defense attorneys because this is very new. But there's going to be some change as regards this. And we need to take into account that informal international cooperation has been moving forward in all the crimes that have to do with minors. So I'm sure that everything that is being allowed in those cases won't be allowed in other cases. So if I tell you that I'm going to have the private sector companies doing some searches on social media to see which Argentinian citizens may be doing some fraud, fiscal fraud. And if I find something, I inform the state. Nobody's going to accept that. But if I say that I'm going to do it for sexual abuse, probably they are going to accept it. So the tools that were developed for child abuse, if I change something in the code, in the peer-to-peer networks that I use, I can use it for somebody that is, for example, doing something different. Marisa is telling us that we have no more time, so I'm sorry, Marisa. It's okay, actually, but Marcos gives great presentations. He talks about new challenges on international cooperation and crime, and I was thinking about the efficiency of the evidence and the incidences in order to have the necessary means for an adequate investigation. By listening to Marcos, I'm sure that there are going to be a lot of questions on the audience, but now we're going to continue with the next presentation. I'm going to switch to English, Olga, so I can introduce our next speaker.
Yes. Right now we are going to present to Karian Barrett. She's going to talk about the regional organization role in the open and working group from the OAS perspective, and some reflections from our judicial committee about international law applicability. As you know, she is the cybersecurity policy specialist from the cited OAS. Welcome, Carrie. Thank you very much, and please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Marissa, and thank you to SSIG for having me here. Thank you, Olga. We have such a great relationship over the years, and it's really a privilege to speak at this session again. I want to pick up where Marcos left off and to give a macro view of regional bodies and how we work in international law and how we support some of the efforts that Marcos has spoken about. At the OAS, I think it's important to tell those who are listening that the cybersecurity program has been around from as far back as 2014. And one of the goals is to bridge the gap between our member states' technical experts and their policymakers, as well as other stakeholders, to ensure that they actually speak the same language on some of the issues and see threats through the same lens as much as possible. We believe that countries must be prepared to adapt quickly to the dynamic environment and make decisions quickly based on a constantly changing threat landscape. Marcus gave some really good examples of cases and how quickly things change and the need for digital tools. And we believe that our member states must understand these concepts in order to manage the risk and understand the impact and the likelihood of this impacting their citizens, organizations, and national critical infrastructure. Therefore, to improve cybersecurity in the region, one of the things that we consider that it's important to have a comprehensive and sustainable cybersecurity policy. In 2004, OAS member states did a regional cybersecurity policy that was implemented across the board with the intent to have a common understanding or goal towards working towards regional cyber resilience. Now, if I take it up to the macro level to regional organizations, not just the OAS, but if you think of ECOWAS, if you think of OECS and other bodies such as the OAS, we play a complementary role to some of the activities that Marcos speak to. We as regional organizations are platforms for exchange to achieve a broader global agenda while contributing to the applicability, implementation, and commitment of the UN recommended norms in their respective regions. Due to the economic and social and security proximity between regional organizations and their member states, it is important to recognize that as regional bodies, we actually have an intimate understanding of the challenges and the mitigating measures needed to respond to each of our member states' specific context. Therefore, as regional bodies, we can leverage on the connections we have and the commitment we have to support the UN efforts more broadly. Marcos spoke about the Council of Europe and the protocols related to the Budapest Convention. And if you take it to the other side, which is the UN convention that is being discussed at the ad hoc committee, or if you talk about the UN processes in the open-ended working group around ICT and the need to develop norms related to that, regional bodies such as the OAS can actually help with these discussions and why and how it benefits the region. One is to consider applicability. Building on the need for trust and establish relationships for UN norms to actually be used at the national level. Regional organizations can play a significant role to build that trust. We can contextualize the norms. We can assist our member states in adapting them to their national realities. And we can also support them in implementing concrete actions to take into account what the global norms want to achieve. Another aspect is accountability. As regional bodies, we have a crucial role in actually supporting our member states in global governance, considering that global norms are intended to be promoted at the international and regional level. We as regional bodies can add accountability for our member states and help them to implement it. As an example, at the General Assembly last year, OAS member states agreed that there was a need to implement the norms that was agreed to at the UN level. More specifically, at the 50th session in 2020, member states actually had a resolution that there was a need to support member states in the implementation of the 11 voluntary non-binding norms of responsible state behavior endorsed in the UN General Assembly resolution, and the need to ensure that there were capacity building measures to support member states in doing that. Another thing that we have to consider in terms of how regional bodies play into this whole discussion of international law and applicability is that inclusivity. As the OAS, we do have a broad platform to be able to carry multi-stakeholders together to discuss these issues. So we can reach out to civil society, government bodies, private sectors. So in terms of being a body, we are a driving force for inclusivity and can provide a complementary platform to ensure that there is a more representative perspective of stakeholders at these discussions. The reality is that because cyber landscape is highly interdependent, no state can succeed in and of itself. So with all the measures that we could put in place for building capacities to investigate cybercrimes, or we may put measures in place to build cybersecurity capacity, because it is so intertwined, there's a need to ensure that organizations such as the OAS, we can actually be a key player in advancing development and adherence and implementation of established norms and decisions. I want to give the audience just a few quick examples as well as to how we build capacities to support the efforts that have been spoken about before. As an example, since 2017, the OAS has been doing a course that was done in collaboration with the government of the Netherlands and with the Cyber Law International Group that was called the Hague Process. That course is being implemented today as we speak in Dominican Republic. And a part of the focus of that is to ensure that member states understand what is the international landscape they work within and the applicability of international law to cyberspace. Another thing that we've been doing is several cyber diplomacy courses. Those courses focus on familiarizing our participants on the UN processes with particular reference to the United Nations First Committee. We provide participants with an overview of the normative framework for responsible state behavior. And we also focus on cross-border digital crime cooperation as articulated in the UN ODC practical guide for requesting electronic evidence across borders. Another work that we do is through our cybercrime working group of ministers of justice and prosecutors of the Americas called REMHA in Spanish. And through that group, we actually offer capacity development workshops to help member states develop legal tools to enhance their investigations and prosecution of cybercrime capacity. Marissa, if you'd allow me, one of the other items I'd like to highlight to the participants is the work that is done by Department of International Law of the Legal Affairs Secretariat. And our special rapporteur had done a report based on a survey they issued in 2019, and he finalized it in 2020, where there was an understanding among our member states that there is an interest in the rule of law and the role that law plays in regulating state behavior in cyberspace. Our member states also recognize that there is an unevenness in our legal capacities across the region. There is evidence that the novelness of cybercrime requires more capacity. And one of the things that our member states recognize is there's a need for international legal capacity building, and that needs to be continued. Even though SICTE does much of it, there's a lot more work to be done. Another thing that this questionnaire highlighted is that member states do recognize that even when afforded new opportunities to do so, there is a reluctance to be completely transparent with what they're doing on international law, and it's something that we want to work on improving. I think I'd like to wrap up my intervention by just highlighting 4 key things to think about when you try to apply international regulations on cybersecurity and the role of regional bodies. One is organizations, governments, and diplomats need to recognize that the more we exchange experiences, is the better that we can have cybersecurity capacities improved. The OAS does lead a working group under SICTE that is called the Working Group on Confidence Building Measures. And to date, we have 6 measures. This working group will meet next week. And a part of the discussions have always been around UN measures across our stakeholders and how this group can continue to discuss that. Another point I'd like to leave for you to consider is the need for joint training across regions, the necessity to ensure that we can do incident handling and management of cybersecurity incidents at the highest level using best practices to ensure that the work of our prosecutors and investigators are much, much, much easier because the evidence would have been preserved properly. Also, cross-regional dialogue around what are the missing capacities that we actually do have. There's been many, many trainings done, and yet we still see that there's a gap in how we cooperate internationally around these issues. So I think the last thought for you is that keep in mind that regional organizations, although we're a large political body, we play a key role as an interlocutory for implementing UN mandates. and for helping member states actually fulfill their various international obligations. So with that said, Maritza, I'll hand the floor back over to you. And at least any time that I have left can go to Vanessa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carrie, for this presentation that you have shared about some reflections and perspective from the OAS. Very interesting about the examples of the international landscape and the articulate tools that you have can us also the need for the legal capacity international for the member states. Thank you very much, Carrie. Vamos a continuar con nuestra presentación.
We're going to continue with the presentation. There follows a presentation made by Vanessa Fusco, who's a cybersecurity prosecutor from Brazil, who's going to be addressing cybersecurity of the judicial system, the prosecutor's office, challenges and progress made. Vanessa, floor is all yours. Thank you. Thank you very much. First and foremost, I would like to greet everybody, as much as Carrie, my dear panelists, Marcos. It's a great pleasure being here. Special greetings to Olga and Adrian. It's an honor and privilege to be here once again in the South School of Internet Governance. Very briefly, I will address my talk. Let me allow to screen my presentation. Can you see it? Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Great, Vanessa. First and foremost, I would like to discuss what the perspective of the prosecutor's office is regarding cybercrime. Over the last 8 years, I've been working on cybercrime, but at this moment in time, I'm working with I'm the prosecutor responsible for doing management work on cybersecurity at the national level in the prosecutor's office. That is, we don't have any regulations in place. That's why I would like to discuss how the judicial power or the public sector in Brazil, since the COVID-19 pandemic, is being under cyber attacks, or how we address cyber attacks. I'm going to talk about cybercrime, the challenges that we have ahead of us in the Brazilian public sector. I'm going to discuss the regulatory framework, national policies, the judicial power. Vanessa, you are going to share the PowerPoint, right? But I'm not seeing it. Could you please share it? I can provide support there. Yes, perfect. Thank you very much. Great. And thank you for telling me. I'm going to talk about the Brazilian Public Ministry and Cybersecurity and the building of the national strategy that I'm responsible for. As Marcos well said, there is convergence between cybercrime and cybersecurity. When we speak about cybersecurity, cybersecurity refers to the actions and techniques used to protect systems, networks, and systems and equipment from any kind of invasion or breaches. This guarantees that confidential private data are not violated or infringed with cybercrime. This is what we understand by cybersecurity. However, adopting teleworking or home office increased the rate of these crimes in devices, and in turn, this has led to an increase in cyber attacks. Given this context, Samsung showed a survey on the security and the privacy of corporate environments. And this Korean company shows what the concerns are, given that that corporations may fall prey of these cyber attacks. However, in the public sector, became more vulnerable during the pandemic. And the risk differs from one country to another. However, the public sector as a whole has become more mature at the digital level, has evolved. However, many public organizations are overwhelmed and they don't have enough resources when it comes to cybersecurity. And cyber attackers know this full well. So the judiciary and the prosecutor's office started having or holding hearings, hearing cases over the internet. So we are the target for hackers. Are we ready to take on this new challenge? Let me briefly address this topic that is so broad and the cyber attacks of double extortion that have increased significantly during the pandemic in Latin America. Here, Apure, which is a private company, reveals a survey and it helps with resilience. For example, in Latin America, at least 130 companies have fallen prey of cyber attacks. These attacks were conducted by 23 groups of ransomware. We call them double extortion because the device or the website is attacked, although it's encrypted, and then they ask for a ransom. So, to keep this information private, that's why they ask for a ransom. And that's why we call it double extortion. Out of the 20 countries in Latin America, 11 were the target of this sort of attacks. Brazil was greatly affected, followed by Mexico, and then other countries in Latin America. Prometeo was the most active group in Latin America. In matters of intel, we noticed that it was the most active in Brazil. This is the number of victims in our country. And please remember that I'm talking about the private sector here. So all these groups have operations. All these hackers are operating in Latin America. However, let me talk about the great challenge that we had ahead of us that started in 2020. The Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Justice were hacked and our information was compromised. The higher court of justice was not operable because of hacking. And then in 2020, in November, Federal Court, Regional Court number 1, also was attacked, cyber attacked, that affected many citizens. So what Brazil has done in order to overcome these challenges were the following. For example, in 2018, we approved the information security strategy or policy. I'm sure that Gary can tell us from the point of view of the OAS the same information. For example, we have a framework with the information national strategy, with the national plan for information based on the regulations of the federal government. However, we still know that the judiciary or that the prosecutor's office are not part of the executive branch. This is the network that we have in Brazil that has been implemented by the federal law. That is the Federal Network of Cyber Incidents. There's an emergency response system, and I would like to clarify that only the federal government is the one that is required to report these incidents. And in 2020, the cyber attacks in 2020 led to 2021 to implement Resolution 396 that constituted the cybernetic security strategy or information strategy. The first aspect or the first highlight that I would like to underscore is that cybersecurity for us. Cybersecurity is not involved with hacking, but we have to be involved with information management, and prevention. And this is what we've been doing. We've been doing with this with the judiciary that created this instrument or this law or this regulation that does not relate to the agents of ICTs, and then, for example, these offices become responsible for cybersecurity. So, in my concluding remarks, I would like to tell you that we need to work and propose a set of measures so when a cyber attack comes, that the bad guys or the hackers, when the hackers breach all the barriers or firewalls or people restricted access, etc., by using a security culture not only restricted to ICTs, but broader. That is why we became prosecutors of lawsuits in Estonia, for example, to get to know how to work or to understand this whole new universe of cyber attacks. Because not long ago, like 2 or 3 years ago, at the prosecutor's office, we were not adept. We were not really aware of what was going on. So I started driving the National Council of the Public Ministry to have a national strategy in place for the prosecutor's office based on the ISO standards 27001 and 002. This means that there should be physical control of the premises, controlling access, fires, access, quality of premises, security perimeters, movements of assets, the management of the premises. For example, we migrated a data center pretty soon, and we wonder if we could place a data center next to a landfill, for example. Not because this could cause a fire and would be creating more damage. That is not going to be an IT error, but something even worse, that could be worse. So we're working along these lines. That is not only that we should work with the logical control in teams, but also with the logical control and the physical control of information in order to ensure cybersecurity. To conclude, just one example. For example, detection measure like smoke detectors is an indication that there could be fire. It's another way of whether we maintain the security of our critical infrastructure. And here we have the extension of fires. In data centers, for example, we don't use water, but we use extinction gases. So there are many things that we can do in our administration, and we are implementing this in the prosecutor's office. The starting point for the regulations that we have or that we're building within the scope of the public ministry. First, the decision and the implication on the high management to elaborate cybersecurity or the public ministry cybersecurity strategies. Also, we formalize the Prime Minister Cooperation Network in cybersecurity, training on information security as well. We need to plan the cost, considering restriction limitations, public service contracts by adopting sustainable measures oriented to individuals or people. As you can see, those statistics coming from the public sector, for example, if hackers steal information from credit card owners, they could sell it in the dark web at $20 per registration. However, if the same groups attacked NHS in the United Kingdom, that is a public entity, and robbed medical histories of this identity, This could lead to more than $480 per registry or medical record. So the public sector needs to carefully consider these risks and be more proactive or flexible to protect their assets in the future. I would like to acknowledge for your presence all attendees, and I would like to thank you for your patience. Thank you very much, Vanessa, for your interesting presentation on the thefts, the extortions, the new rules, and all the strategies that Brazil has been implementing in order to see this problem in detail. Are there any questions by the people in the room that you have there for our panelists? The virtual people are saying, or the people that are online complain that we're not reading out their questions. So we're going to read a question from Álvaro Saavedra from Bolivia. They said for Dr. Sald, from the cross-border dilemma that we have, what is the impact with the regulation of the backdoors to providers of content over the web? Are there any people in the room that, because we have many other questions, we're going to take 3 questions or read 3 questions and then we gladly take them. I think that we have 10 minutes left. Microphone. Hey. Good afternoon. My name is Carolina Valenzuela and I come from Chile. Given the excellent talks that were addressed here, I have a doubt in connection with the way we can coexist with public information, especially information coming from the state, because we have public information agencies in many cases. For example, in the case of Chile, we have databases that are of free access or requested by individuals, and this has led to increase cybercrime exponentially. For example, last week we had a very important incident when they infringed or they hacked the judiciary, and for 3 days we had no courts because of a major cybercrime that attacked the courts, infringing I don't know what, but I think there was no way that we could schedule hearings, and the courts could not even explain what was going on. And that is why I have this doubt. How do you coexist information access with these vulnerabilities that we are observing throughout time? One more question. Any other questions? There's a question at the back. Very interesting. It's a question for Marcus. If we consider information as a legal asset, that we should protect it from the legally point of view because of economic value or because of its significance, the significance of identities for people, and not merely by protecting because of technology in a traditional way, like privacy or property protection. Now, if we consider it in this way, my question is if it's feasible, because the criminal theory dates back to many years ago, but do you think it's possible or valuable to have new framework or legal frameworks to understand these questions of this new paradigm that apply or that cover information as not something that flows, but something that is transcendental for people, that is not only of economic value, but it's because of the entities and because of the human rights that it implies for all individuals. Shall we address the last one? That is the most difficult one. a little bit out of scope with the challenges that I posed. I talked about procedure, but you talked about criminal law, which is totally different. So it's two questions in one. One, if you have information is a legal asset that should be protected legally, taking this as an asset that can be construed in according or in line with the rules, because information has been taken as a protected legal asset. Instead of applying traditional laws, they have classified new crimes. Now, out of the conceptual framework, I do require that, yeah, we need further analysis, but in criminal discussions, I believe that you should follow the debates by Jose Agustin that wrote in Barcelona a paper on if it's necessary a new doctrine for cybercrime, and Bashori and other universities and the academic world response. And there's a new framework of a new conceptual framework for analysis. If you see, especially those people that are not involved in criminal law, and if you talk about, for example, processing people, accusations, and all of that, yes, this will require new constructions. However, nobody is in line with that sometimes with that. People agree or may not agree. Some people believe that that could be solved with the classification of crimes that we have right now. I mean, this is at stake right now. It's what we are openly discussing. Any comments from the experts? And there was another question. There was a question about the backdoor for ISPs. Yes, if there could be an international obligation to protect backdoors or in ISPs so people or justice system could investigate. In my case, no, it's not possible. This was called crypto dispute or controversy. It was debated in Australia and the United States and Europe. They discussed Apple and any other corporations. If we are going to take it cross-border, and leaving backdoors in the private sector is too risky because you're affecting cybersecurity in one way. It's very difficult, not only warranties and identity and privacy, but the backdoors could lead to many things. For example, with the Trojans, there was a Republican senator that even proposed that the antivirus would leave backdoors so the state could enter with Trojans in the computers that they had to investigate. Obviously, it was not passed by Congress, but it's a discussion that is being held in many places. And if we had to have backdoors for further criminal investigation, it would be too risky. I think that they want to expand on their observations with the questions. Now, with the issue of backdoors, I know specifically to ISPs, that they have backdoors. They call them direct accesses. In the case of wiretapping, for example, the authorities have to request access. And direct access means that the authorities may have access directly without the ISPs not knowing or without being the gatekeepers, because that could be wiretapping that is illegal, and that happens without the knowledge of these people, like Colombia and Paraguay. The governments that allow these ISPs that operate in the spectrum, they said, okay, you want to operate here? Okay, you need to leave a back door, because if you don't do it, there's a sanction, or basically there's no operation, or you cannot operate here. And we know full well you have this in the GNI and the impact of backdoors in privacy of individuals. Sounds extortive. There was a question from Chile as well. Carrie Ann or Vanessa, would you like to say something about it? Yes. I would like to say that in Brazil, we have a law of access to information that classifies what we can or what we cannot do, or we cannot disclose the information on any individual or any citizen. So we have to classify documents, this information, and according to the level of hierarchy of tiers, we can disclose data or not disclose it. So this is a first condition. I don't know if there's a law that provides which is the information that can or cannot be disclosed. Now, regarding cyber crime in the judiciary system, what, in my experience, what I have learned is that as the prosecutor's office, as the judiciary, we don't have our own structure, our own system, or the commitment of the administration to make large investments or to pay attention to these circumstances that can guarantee the operation of the tribunal, especially if that discontinues the procedures or that is detrimental for citizens. So I believe that we need to bring to the table, probably Carrie can help with this, because I had the honor to work with her in 2015 at the OAS. So probably priority should be placed upon this, because it is important to say that we do not belong to the federal government of countries. The prosecutor's office or the judiciary is totally independent. So the strategy that revolves around the governments or the administrations should not be directly targeted or involve the judiciary power. And this may help other countries in Latin America to fight or to pursue the same strategy along these lines in the spheres of the judiciary and the prosecutor's office across Latin America.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to acknowledge and thank all the panelists of today. Dr. Marcos Sai from the University of Buenos Aires, the panelists from the OAS, Carrie, and the panelists from Brazil. And I am Marisa Huerta from Lima, Peru. My greetings to all of you. Thank you very much for participating. I would like to thank Olga and Adrian and all organizers. I wish you the best. I wish you success as every single edition. And I would like to commend the students for experiencing this excellent workshop. Thank you very much, Marisa, Carrie-Anne, Marisa, and Marcos. Thank you very much for participating in this conference. Thanks very much. We're going to break for coffee for 15-20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Y vamos con la última actividad. Sí, porque después lo andan buscando. Un gran amigo acá virtual. ¿Estás ahí, Pablo? Al querido Pablo Rodríguez. Pablo es...
Pablo Rodriguez. Pablo Rodriguez is the Executive Vice President of NIC BR. It's good to see you once again online, Pablo. Greetings, Songa. It's great to be here with you, the audience, and so many people that are here. Great to have you here once again. Pablo is the Executive Vice President of NIC BR, which is the country code, the high-level country code of Puerto Rico. And Pablo plays a key role in the ICANN community. Rodrigo, Nicolás Antoniello wanted to come, and there were people that couldn't come because of personal reasons, and we were speaking with Agralo on Agralo. Pablo has been very active in ICANN with all the country codes. Adrian Carvalho says hi, by the way, is here in the audience. And Oscar Mesano that is here. And all the students from the region, those that are online, and those that are in person. So this is a new hybrid setting that is quite challenging, rather than having something online or in person by itself. So hopefully we're going to hear something more disruptive than the technology in itself. And right now he's proposing emergence technologies and ethics, which is a very interesting topic, and everything that comes with cybercrime, crypto assets, and things that are changing, that are new. And the last frontier or barrier of difficulty is ethics, and I believe ethics, in my humble opinion, poses the great challenge of how to address the things. Pablo, let me welcome you. We have your presentation, so the floor is all yours. Thank you very much, Olga. Greetings to everybody that is here, to thousands of people that are listening from abroad. The issue of ethics and emerging technologies is a topic that on a daily basis becomes a crucial one. However, it is necessary to establish clearly how we define these concepts so we can compare apples and not oranges. It's not easy thinking, as many of you think, that emergent technologies are the same So, as I was saying, emerging technologies and firmly rooted technologies are not the same. Conventional technologies are not the same. Many people believe that emerging is new. So before I deal with this presentation, let me deal with morality and ethics. As you clearly see, morality is what is good and what is bad. And this is predefined or ingrained in our culture. That is, in our culture, depending on what our religion is and depending on what countries we're living in, robbing is not good. Killing is not good. Providing housing, giving food to a homeless is something good. But in all countries, this is seen with the same perspective or will have the same meaning or impact in other cultures. So ethics is no other thing but justifying what is good and what is bad, in line with the cultural framework that we have established and that we have inherited through millenniums in our culture, and therefore we're not going to agree on what is good and what is bad. We may agree on something, we may not agree on other things. Killing dolphin or killing whales in some cultures is okay and is part of their daily lives and their livelihoods. In other countries, it's an aberration. So we will never agree on what is good and what is bad 100%, but at least we're going to reach a general consensus and that midpoint or that consensus to coexist. So what are the emerging technologies? Let me take the opportunity to make a difference between technologies that are firmly rooted, that are part and parcel, that are ingrained in our culture, with the things that we do in our daily lives by creating communication, producing communication, and those are technologies that are already established. For example, the automobile industry, technology that has been for 100 years ago. I mean, it has been for 100 years, and in some cities we couldn't conceive to live well without having a car or a way of communication, like for example, we use satellites. Among other things, biotechnology, antibiotics, vaccines, that increasingly more become so perspective as a result of COVID-19 and other infections that highly affect and that have gained momentum in Ebola or with other sort of diseases. And information technology that we are bringing to the table. So these technologies we're aware of, we're familiar with, we're working with them. And later on, we're going to see how the ethical approach for a given technology that is firmly rooted differs from the ethical approach of an emerging technology. These technologies are new technologies that are innovative and they're still under development. And it's not the same as a new one because satellite technologies, and for years, automobiles change with time and they do have different features and different functionalities that do not make this car emerging or emergent, make them innovators or better. Why are not emerging cars? Because emerging technologies are characterized because they are subject to development. Its development is still underway. I mean, we're seeing part of the technology that just came out of the laboratory, but that is still under development and has not reached its maturity or its full potential. Given the sales of its products or services. And these technologies are going to come out in the future. I mean, our expecting our aspirations is to have an impact that is socio-economic impact that will provide economic value. They are still in R&D, but we still do not have enough products or applications. We still do not have a socio-economic impact at large scale. So when we see the marketing of these technologies, we will hear things like, With this new technology, in the future, you will be capable, you will be facilitated or enabled to do something. And always speaking of the future, an emerging technology involves smart material. And although I'm skipping part of the material, I'm sure that you're aware that in some of the cases, you have some kind of glasses that are part of some material, and when you have a hot liquid, they turn into a different color. That glass is not the final product of a technology, but it is a way of obtaining financing to have more extensive research that has not been launched and has not developed its full potential in terms of products and services that we can come up with. So we are starting to see some of these things, and these technologies will remain emerging as long as they go through the new adoption of innovation process. And adopting technology is a research or a field in itself. And for those of you that are watching this and that you're involved in marketing or in sales, you know full well that this process takes time. So technology adoption implies a long-term loyalty process of those who have adopted that technology, and they refer or they make referrals. So the product maybe could be a life changer or um, a game changer. However, every individual has different needs and we have different ideas of what our professions are. So let's leave it there. However, this is a very wide topic that is a discipline on itself. In terms of emerging technologies, you have research, ideas, designs, that's the red cycle. And some of them that are mature, they are in development, production, and marketing, such as glasses or goggles that are developed by Meta or any other products that are still under development. Even computer components or chips, especially when we speak of quantum physics, or when we consider how we are going to consider developing this quantum computing. This is technology innovation that are emerging that we'll hear from them and that they are still inside a lab. So some of these examples of emerging technologies are the following. Medical nanotechnology is one example. In the future, we expect the development of sun machines with nanometrics. So at the molecular level, you will be capable of targeting our DNA and make the necessary corrections to our DNA. Or making repairs to the DNA. Or in the future, they may operate some chromosomes, remove some chromosomes that may be causing some impediments, or destroy some infected cells. So we're working on that, and in the future, probably this will be attained. Another sort of technology is synthetic biology. Synthetic biology pursues or seeks that middle point in between, striking a balance between biological processes that may be facilitated by additional processes or enhanced by other projects within the field of genetics. And any of these sort of the fields are related, but they are disciplines in themselves. Another issue that I'm sure that you have dealt with in this school is the issue of the Internet of Things. IoT is something that is very, very close. However, we don't have the results or the consequences that we intend to have. Yes, we talk about smart cities or an ambulance that is blessed with benefits. Having the capability of an incoming patient or accepting an incoming patient that have suffered a stroke. And when the ambulance is driving in the highway, can change the traffic lights into green and stop those out there in the other lane or in the contiguous lane, so they can overcome all obstacles and drive as much as possible. And at the same time, that ambulance could be reporting the ICU, the intensive care unit, or the heart unit, so the cardiologist could wait for the patient, knowing the vitals. And this could be possible, especially if you have smart cities and in the near future. However, we're not close, we're not there yet in some of the cases, probably because it requires further development, or it may be due to government intervention or involvement, or people promoting these channels to many governments so they can make the necessary investments, because we're speaking of multi-million-dollar investments, and it takes time to adopt these sort of technologies. And we know how virtual reality works. This is not something new. We've been discussing this for quite a while, and increasingly more. We're closer. We are approaching to fulfill those promises that through the years that have been posed by this technology, saying or arguing that you could fulfill a certain benefit with virtual reality. Nobody would like to have a surgeon performing virtual reality surgeries and practicing on your body. Why doesn't he practice virtually and use this technology so he can practice, so he can be trained on a special certain skill or technique? That would be great. Or with all the possibilities, it would be great to create, especially when a bomb explodes. And when this explosion goes off, probably we can study the crime scene without causing that explosion. And by trial error, we can analyze it over and over. Or in teaching young people the fundamentals of electricity and how to connect the wire without getting shocked. And probably you can do it virtually, and then by learning by experience, you can have a pilot project and you can, for example, get on board a simulator. Probably we could have it even at home. Now, augmented reality. How many times we have come to a store to pick up a product or to buy a product and we have no idea where they are. There's a large number of grocery stores in the United States where you can even go and buy all kinds of products, cleaning supplies, home goods. And you need to go around and walk along the aisles and to trying to find and spot the products. If probably you can even switch your mobile device and you can aim it or target it just like aiming at the home appliances. And probably can show you a list of computers where milk is, where food, beef. So when you come to the city for the first time, probably you can know, probably tells you, okay, this is where the grocery store, where the pharmacies, firemen, police station, hospital, and clinics. So augmented reality, once and again, has made strides or has made advances. However, we're still things that are under development or subject to development. That's why they have become emerging technologies. There are other areas of research like environmental cleaning, clean fuels, wind power, solar power, or maritime or wave energy, where you are driving turbines that are producing generation or power, or national security, specifically in terms of cybersecurity and other affairs, governmental affairs that are very important and that are contemplated as emerging technologies. And this is especially important because these technologies could be the future or resolve and overcome the challenges of the future. Each of the challenges or impediments that we try to solve today, at one point, were the solutions to the past. Every time that we solve something, this results into an impediment or a problem in the future. And this is what characterizes complex systems. And we live in complex systems because none of us can see beyond the future to anticipate and to be assured that the decision that I make today will be flawless in the future, which is unbeatable in the future, and this is not the case. We have enabling technologies, and these are technologies that use or employ other technologies that facilitate the use of other technologies. For example, a glass manufacturer. In glass manufacturing, there are certain transistors that instead of being embedded in a silicon formation, they are in the silica inside the glass material, and this facilitates that we can manufacture, for example, glass fiberglass, or fiber instead of copper. integrated circuits, genetics, nanotechnology, thermal energy storage, as any other topics that we have mentioned so far. And we do have other enabling technologies that are part of technologies that are more specific, like for example, textile engineering. Like for example, in the case of fabric, well, then when they are subject to electricity or electrical impulses, they become hotter, some of them become colder. Architecture that is sustainable, that works with the environment, promoting the smart management of air, water, heat, temperature, glasses, that they have the capability of not only resistant to heat, but at the same time they keep the heat and may convert it into energy. All this work is being done right now, and very soon it will become into firmly rooted technologies or traditional technologies. So probably in the future we will have buildings with glasses that will create their own electricity. And then we have technologies like missiles, antibiotics, quartz, that depend on other technologies that have been improving. So, what is the North Star? For example, when we approach this from the ethical standpoint and we approach technology, this changes from one to another. The ethical approach of firmly rooted technologies is different from the emerging technologies, from that of emerging technologies. Because you have seen and you have lived with these technologies and you can prove how they improve their lives and how they brought about problems. For example, some of these technologies, like the automobile, it's clear that it's fabulous because you may travel long distances, and at the same time, they have been the reason why we release CO2 gases that result into global warming. By the same token, we start seeking ways to find a survey or a trial of these new technologies to work and to perform an assessment from the ethical point of view, since we have them with us. However, these technologies differ from emerging technologies. And emerging technologies cannot be approached from the ethical point of view just as we did that with the firmly rooted technologies, because in this case, many of these technologies are not existent or they are not available in society. So we need to work with what is called or referred to as
tecnología y tenemos que tratar dos distintos.
The analysis of these technologies or methodologies, and we need to approach it in two different ways. For example, speculative use of the future uses and impacts. Early intervention in innovation process that could result into a great advantage. What are the ethical approaches for emerging technologies? There may be 5 approaches that will be interesting for you. And these 5 focuses or approaches will allow us, when we are faced with emergent technologies, how we can consider these technologies and look at them from the point of view of ethics, and how does impact and how it may impact society at large, our families, our country. We have a generic approach, an anticipatory approach, an ethical risk analysis, an experimental approach, and finally, a deliberative, participatory ethical approach. Generic approach primarily focus on the general features of an emerging technology, including ethical matters regardless of any other product use or specific impact. We should consider that we're speaking of emerging technologies that we do not have or that we're not aware of. We're not aware that this technology exists. So we may speculate or anticipate what would happen if I had quantum computers. When will they use them? Could they be used for certain applications like cybercrime? What a cybercrime would look like on a quantum computer? What would happen to digital certificates when these quantum computers emerge? What are we doing about it? All these topics are speculations that we'll be wondering because technology has not been launched, so the generic approach are going to be assessed conceptually. And there are just a few assessments, and they deal merely with general characteristics or features. On the other aspect, on the other hand, engineering ethical critics argue that the manipulation of genomes on biotechnology and nanotechnology as well, that manipulation of genomes is judging God, because that is just as designing a new life. Do we agree that that is the case? Not in all societies, not necessarily. So, once and again, we're seeking to find ways to do these sort of things. To be critical of an emerging technology because it implies a chemical or physical processes that may release gases or toxic or detrimental substances or waste like a byproduct. We talk about the green gas effects or traveling from one country to another, like the carbon footprint, radiation, or when somebody promote nuclear energy to generate the energy that is so much needed. So there are products that are carcinogenous that may result into a problem specifically not only in our countries but also in neighboring ones. The anticipatory or a predicting approach, a predictive approach combining a whole set of techniques and perspectives of prognosis or a future study of scenarios, trends analysis, Delphi panels, horizontal scanning, or sweeping. I mean, this is used or the use for projecting products, applications, or future impact that could be likely to introduce a new emerging technology. And only can we anticipate or foresee, but let's see if we can foresee and predict the future. No, that's way too difficult. So when faced with the technology, one should have the capability of considering the nature of that technology and consider at the same time that there may be impacts from the ethical point of view to society. whether you're aware of these risks or not. Now, the ethical risk analysis is divided into risk assessment, the identification, the evaluation, and the measuring of the likelihood and the severity of the risks. And risk management refers to the decision-making process, and you're aware of those risks. So this technology, why is it used? Because it gives us a chance, and it gives us the potential to cause this problem. So these are mega speculations that should be based on data and assessed by scientists accordingly. Now, the ethical risk analysis has to include a risk to benefit ratio. For example, if you set up a nuclear plant, this risk, or you will run certain risks, but in line you will have other benefits. So you make progress using analysis methodologies so one can assess whether we can do it or not. For an individual, the risk-benefit ratio of air traveling exceeds 1. However, it hasn't been demonstrated that spatial air traveling is not the case. Is it worthwhile performing this kind of, or becoming involved in investments in this kind of technology? This is what we're wondering. Now, the risk analysis from the ethical point of view of emerging technologies identify the likelihood of risks, and they assess it morally and propose strategies or manage from the risk management point of view that justify ethics. Likewise, the benefit-risk ratio ethical analysis has to consider many ethical affairs in determining use in the proportional risk-benefit ratio. So when we consider and we determine whether it's worthwhile or not, so we need to be on the alert and warned that this barrage of new technologies will increase because as technologies are on the rise, are making progress will accelerate the rate whether it is harmless DNA studies, especially if we share with friends and we have to explain why I have a special genetics and people in other cultures, in other countries. And probably you found relatives that you share genetics of a certain country. But what are you going to do with that personal information gathered by a certain company, and how are they going to use it? Are they going to use it in favor, against me? And what would happen if it's used against me? And how can, or what they would do with that information? So this is anticipatory, preventive use of technology. There are experimental approaches in which you can read later on, and participatory ethical approaches and deliberative approaches. Once again, they're very similar to what you do here.
In this school and what we do in ICANN, where we make sure to provide several opportunities so that everyone can participate. And these are the different references. And if you have questions and you want to continue talking about this, please, you can send me an email to info@dr.pr. Thanks for the opportunity of giving my presentation. It's been a great pleasure and a great honor to share this presentation with you. A round of applause for Pablo. I have a question, Pablo. I know that what I like about Pablo is that he is always doing many things that have to do with technology and innovative things. So I know that you have been working with the healthcare field and metaverse. So how do you see the institutions that are not related to technology, maybe healthcare organizations or health ministries, government institutions that work with healthcare, how do you see them interacting with a leading edge technology such as metaverse that may imply some things that have to do with personal data or security of information of individuals, with medical data which are quite sensitive and confidential? So how do you see that kind of interaction? I consider that one of the difficulties that we have today is to try to cover this phenomenon as a whole, especially in organizations that don't have a lot of experience with technology. You mentioned the like something that is very important, that is an comprehensive approach. We need to understand that technologies require a multi-stake participation from different areas. In my presentation, I included a cyborg, and that cyborg is the connection for many technologies, concepts, and ideas related to many topics, for example, from the linguistics that that organization is going to use, to the regulations, ethical rules, the Asimov laws, the robot will not attack a human being, will respect the human being life. But what about in other countries? What are they going to do with that cyborg? How that neurodigital network was developed for that machine that would allow the decision-making process similar to the way we do it. In all the working mechanisms, this is not only responsibility for engineers or electrical and technology engineers, computer engineers, or IT engineers, but you, myself, the elementary teacher, a politician, all of us are responsible and accountable of this. And that's why it's so important to consider that last slide when I mentioned deliberate processes in which we need to be involved and to be alert, and thinking that with each technology that we adopt, we need to consider that the possible solution may become a future problem. We need to be alert because we need to think how we're going to solve it and to approach these kind of issues. Those 5 approaches that I mentioned are a proposal of how we can approach these matters. Are there any questions in the audience? We have Mark here who wants to ask a question. I can't see anything. I have a light that is in my face and I don't see the audience. Hello, Pablo, how are you? Mark, it's so good to hear from you. Your ideas are always so interesting. And I was wondering if you have any thoughts about the community of internet governance in which we participate. Are there some kind of ideas that we should be considering, or some things that we should be thinking about, or some ways to move forward in a preemptive way? What do you think about it? Yes, undoubtedly. Thanks for your question, Mark. It's a very good question. Our community is quite comprehensive, and it mentions or talks about comprehensive topics. So we need to examine the different topics we are working on and to discuss about them, which are the best practices and how those best practices cover the needs of the users and how those practices can help the users. For example, for an ISP, and how that is going to help promote communication, education, progress of the community as a whole. So each of these approaches, the 5 approaches that I mentioned, cover that. But those are not the only solution. This is only food for thought, as we say. What else can we do? The idea of giving this presentation is not to offer a final solution, but maybe to give some food for thought and to bring your attention to the fact that each of the technologies that we mentioned have ethical connotations, and that for each technology there should be a different way of approaching it. And the idea is to offer some kind of pathway that we can follow, but that is not necessarily the single pathway. Within our community, I'm sure that there are many things such as universal acceptance, in which we can work. We know that it's difficult to work with different ethnic groups, but anyway, we need to consider how that is going to work, how internet as we know it today will cover the needs of the future generations and the needs of those generations. How much energy are we going to need to generate to keep internet as we know it? How much energy are we going to need to handle, for example, the different changes? And this has serious connotations. In a country such as Puerto Rico, which is a small country, we have huge needs of energy, and we may need maybe a nuclear plant, but if we have a nuclear plant, which are going to be the benefits and the risks that we are going to face? And the same way we are going to have these kind of discussions within our community. Here at the school, we are already talking about this, and undoubtedly, I believe this is where we should talk about this, and we should have that knowledge to think that we should get involved in those processes. Thank you for your question, Mark. Thank you, Pablo. We are at the end of our session today, and I want to thank Pablo because he has been a sponsor of the school. We have a hybrid format in this conference. We have an audience here at the room. We have more than 100 people online. And I don't know if you have organized a hybrid event, but it's really a new challenge. And it's so different from the face-to-face or the only virtual events. So thank you for your cooperation with your presentation and the PR as a sponsor. I hope to see you in March in Mexico. And I hope that we can go there. And greetings to your family and to you. And please, a round of applause for Pablo. Thank you. Greetings for you, Adrián, Oscar, and for all the audience, and for the hundreds that are following the conference online. I'm in New York now, so thank you for your greetings, and I'm going to pass them to my family. Thank you, and see you soon. Okay, tomorrow at 9 o'clock, I'm going to be showing you the video by Chris Payne. See you tomorrow. Thank you.